Just go ahead and skip to like 5 minutes in. Nah, like 3 minutes in. So I can make sure it's not busted. Oh, that's me. That's me breathing. I was waiting for the noise to come in, and like, oh fuck, this is. I hate listening to my own streams because it comes in like a minute after the real me. All right, that's probably good then. How about now? Does it sound good now? Cool. I love that. I love picking up Starbucks. All right. Let me change the category. I hate this, man. I fucking hate this. All right, mute my own stream. God damn, Jesus. All right. So, it's fucking Dark Souls, right? One moment. Sorry, I wanted to turn that down. Let's use this name. I don't want to mess with sex, yeah. My TV looks kind of like, okay, it looks good on, okay, cool. It looks good there. Let's see if I could do something real dumb. Let's go with Astora. I usually play as an Astora. So, for anyone who's actually, like, for people who actually watch my stream, you may have noticed that I, average. You usually want to pick average in Dark Souls games because the armor is all calibrated for the average body, and so if you make it large, sometimes the textures just get stretched out. So you may have noticed that I didn't do my Neverwinter stream yesterday. That was partially just because I slept through it. But I actually woke up in time to start it, but I was like, okay, so if I busted my ass right now, I could go play a game that I'm not really into. I think I'm going to cancel Neverwinter these days.
Of ancients, the world was unformed, shrouded by fog.
Ooh.
A land of grey crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons.
Dragons.
But then there was fire. And with fire came disparity. Heat and cold, life and death, and of course, light and dark. Then from the dark they came and found the souls of lords within the flame.
Hey guys, look at this. Some Lord Souls within this.
Nito, the first of the dead.
I'm not gonna say it.
The Witch of Izalith and her daughters of Chaos. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight, and his faithful knights. And the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten. With the strength of lords, they challenge the dragons.
Get that Demon Soul soundtrack in there.
Gwyn's mighty bullets peeled apart their stone skills. Witches weaved great firestorms. Nito unleashed a miasma of death and disease. And Seath the Scaleless betrayed his own, and the dragons were no more.
It's always really good to go back to this cutscene, because there's a staggering amount of lore in this.
The Age of Fire. But soon the flames will fade, and only dark will remain.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Even now, there are only embers. And man sees not light, but only endless.
So that's the main
nights.
character of Demon Souls right there.
And amongst the living are
And who appears to be the bonfire girl at Firelink.
carriers of the accursed dark side.
We should go back and watch that when we're all done with this. So, I've decided that I'm going to stream every Dark Souls game.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
The dark side brands the undead. And in this land, the undead are corralled and led to the north. Where they are locked away to await the end of the world.
Hey man, ain't we all?
This is your fate.
I just noticed that that rat is just the same model as the actual rats you fight, but just very, very small. So that's why I didn't spend much time on the character creator. Alright. So, Dark Souls is a game I've played many times. It's very good, and I like it a lot. So I figured it should be pretty easy to stream. I was going to play Genshin Impact, but it's still installing, and I didn't want to wait. And I did want to stream, because I do enjoy it a lot. Alright. So, this game is the game that Miyazaki made after Demon Souls ended up getting all fucked up. And so you can already see a lot of similarities between this game and Demon Souls. And since the remake of that just came out, I figure it's pretty apt to be playing this. Look at that gut jiggle. So a lot of people were like, okay, so I should just get killed by this guy, right? But what you're actually supposed to do is, whoops. I should just spend the last firebomb, which has no sense in botching it. So yeah, a lot of people were like, hey, shouldn't I just let this guy kill me? Because that seems like the most logical thing. Well, no, actually. What you're supposed to do is run through here. Now, normally, you get your ass whooped by that guy until you run through that little door right there. And then it slams behind you. Because, like I said, in Demon Souls, you just let that guy kill you. Get your shield. Northern Undead Asylum is a fantastic tutorial section, I believe. So, playing as the thief, you get the master key by default, which allows you to pick a second. By default, you get the master key, which allows you to get a second item in the gift section. Because normally the best thing to do is to pick the master key because it turns this game into speedrunning crack. Picking the thief allows you to get black fire bombs, which are basically necessary to kill the demon like that. But I also wanted the master key because I kind of want to blow this game open. Normally this is one of the biggest fuck yous that the game does, this big obvious trap that just blows your ass backwards. However, since I've played this game before, I can just dodge it. So hey, how did he get here? Well, he was probably hit through this thing by the demon that was prior on the roof, which is also why he's dying.
You're no hollow. Thank goodness. I'm done for, I'm afraid. I'll die soon, then lose my sanity. I wish to ask something of you. You and I, we're both undead. Hear me out, will you?
Sure.
Regrettably, I have failed in my mission, but perhaps you can keep the torch lit. There is an old saying in my family. Thou who art undead art chosen, and thine exodus from the undead asylum maketh pilgrimage to the land of ancient lords. When thou ringeth the bell of awakening, the fate of the undead thou shalt know. Well, now you know. And I can die with hope in my heart. Oh, one more thing. Here, take this. An Estus flask. An undead favorite. Oh, and this.
So normally he only gives us that key, but he also gives us the key that the asylum demon would normally drop.
Now I must bid farewell. I would hate to harm you after death. So go now, and thank you.
So this is Oscar of Astora. He is the protagonist of this game in that he's the guy on the box art, and he was the dude who was doing the quest before we were. So the thing is, he has to stand up to die, because the animation means that he has to stand up, and they don't want you to see that, so his death triggers only after you leave the room, so you don't see that he stands up and then collapses to his knees like an Injustice. These are all tutorial messages, and if you were playing a class with any other options like the Archer or any of the casters, I believe your weapon, your extra weapon would be like right here. I remember thinking this guy was like improbably hard as a young teen getting into Dark Souls for the first time. So normally this is when you, now that you have your real weapons, you can just drop onto the demon do a big plunging attack, kick his ass, and then do the real fight with him with his health having been cut in half. However, I've elected to not. Because I did, you know, the thing that I was doing. Oh, that's nice. It was automatically... I don't even know what to say here. Dark Souls has so much shit that, like, I feel like this just speaks for itself as well.
In the ancient legends, it is stated that one day an undead shall be chosen. To leave the undead asylum in pilgrimage to the land of the ancient lords. Lordran.
Hey guys, what should we call this land where the ancient lords live? Oh, how about Lordran? What, like Lord Land in English? No. Oh yeah, Firelink Shrine. The home of cowards. Look at this guy, he's a coward. So, this is something that's kind of fucked up about this game. And it's something that's kind of kicking my ass in Jedi Fallen Order. In this game, you start with 10 Estus. Like, what the fuck, right? I'll talk to that guy, don't worry. You just have to go see someone. There it is. Like, it moves around like it's a regular-sized bird, but it really isn't. And you can also see its nest up there. Now, this isn't the right way to go, but I think I want some stuff out of here. So a lot of people ended up going this way first, because they were like, hey, yeah, this looks like the right way. And it does look like the right way is the thing. And you're supposed to be like, hey, you know, this is not the right place, because you get a pittance of souls. The enemies are all super tough. There's so many of them. But the thing is, after the reputation that Demon Souls had of like, hey, it's the hardest game in history, you know, because everyone got to Demon Souls, they were like, oh man, Demon Souls is harder than God. And then you get to this one and it's, you know, harder. People were like, oh, this is how hard Dark Souls is actually supposed to be. One moment, everyone. Let's see if I can do this little thing. One of the other things is, though, there's some awesome weapons in this graveyard over here. Alright, just take me then. That Zweihander is what carried me through, it's what carried me through my first playthrough of Dark Souls. I will not be resorting to it this time. Yes, I had a dream that I was actually playing Dark Souls. I believe I was playing Dark Souls 2, but then I killed a dragon with a big drop attack like you do in Dark Souls 3. So I took it as a sign of like, I should play more Dark Souls games. Yeah, so one of the things about Dark Souls 1 is that you start with 10 drinks of your healing mixture, and it heals a decent amount of your health. Which is something that no Dark Souls game after this has ever done. In Bloodborne, you have 20, but they have to be grinded. Ground? You have to go looking for them, and you won't always have 20 if you don't have enough in your, you know, inventory. Same deal in Demon Souls, and in, I assume, the remaster. So this is an area that you're supposed to go way, way later in the game, but I've chosen to go here now. There you go. Oh my god, that is so funny. This is a dumb thing I want to see if I can do. Excuse me, everyone. Yeah, so this guy's a problem. Unfortunately for him, though, he's made of flesh. That's clutch. Which means that he actually takes real damage from my knife. Not amazing damage, mind you, but, you know, damage. What I really wanted was this thing. That guy's... To kill that man is irrelevant. It's just a nice little bonus. But anyway, yeah, so in Sekiro and Dark Souls 2, you start off with one sip, and the ability to buy pellets that will occasionally give you a few more. In 2, they're called life gems. And in Dark Souls 3, you get 3 drinks, which can become 4, and will soon become 5, and that's technically how this game is based as well, because you start off with 5 at the Undead Asylum. However, because Firelink gives you 10, most people consider it to be like, you start with 10. But yeah, this level of generosity for, like, healing is kind of unheard of. And this is the only game where Estus works like this. So pushing that little thing over there opened this door. And again, this is way further than I'm supposed to be. Now, what you're supposed to do is run through this maze of fucking skeletons. And I will say, it's a shithole. However, you can fall and land there and survive with enough health. And then drink. Excuse me, sir. Just trying to see the path. Oh, there he goes. And then I think you drop here. Yep. And they even put items on this little path to guide you down. Now there's a bone wheel there. And bone wheels are problems. They're cunts. Now dropping onto this one gives me the priest set, implying that this is actually what happened to the priest. One of the things that I really like about Dark Souls 1 and 3 is that all the characters that you choose to play as exist in the world somewhere. And you just didn't choose them. It's like the Origins in Dragon Age Origins. You know, just because you didn't choose to play as the Dwarven Noble doesn't mean he doesn't exist. You can actually go meet him, you know? So this is supposed to be like the 12th boss or something in the game, maybe a little earlier. But you can just skip right to him. I don't know if I'll be able to kill him because I have only just started the game, but killing him is very worthwhile. It also means that I can skip the catacombs. If I can't kill him, I'll come back here later. I just wanted to show that, like, yes, you can blow this game's ass open this early. So if you look at the concept art, so those faces that he's wearing, those are called the masks. They're called the mask of the father, the mother, and the child. Oh man, 11 damage, huh? This ought to be fun. God, just taking out my fucking fist and hitting it might be better. Yeah, this is a classic fight in Dark Souls and in video games. The weak asshole who summons a bunch of other idiots to help him fight. And yeah, his hitbox sticks around for a little bit there. Am I fucking bleed on? Because that's kind of interesting. Hey man, no one asked you to join. So let me get rid of you. Oh man, this fight is such a joke. Like, granted, I'm not doing it quick, but I am essentially at level 1 here. Like, I really don't know what they were thinking with this boss. Because his damage output is really pathetic, honestly. Like, even with the 50 guys in here, like, look. There's 5 men in here, and I feel perfectly safe. This is based off of the Fool's Idol fight from Demon Souls, I believe. Is it? It is a multi-armed, like... Oh, that was the real one, huh? It is a multi-armed, like, faith thing, so... Maybe it is supposed to be. Hey, that was fucking cheats. Reminds me, I can just two-handed just wail on him. So yeah, that's like the 10th boss, and you can actually now defeat him just now. So, Mask of the Mother does this, and it adds a little bit to your health bar, I believe. And yeah, now I've got 15k souls. And he gave me this, which will just pop me back to the last bonfire, which is good because otherwise I would have to walk back through all of that dumb shit. So, you know. And hey, we're just back. So now I can just start pumping my character. Hey man, what's up?
Well, what do we have here? You must be a new arrival. Let me guess. Fate of the undead, right? Well, you're not the first. But there's no salvation here. You'd have done better to rot in the undead asylum. But too late now. Well, since you're here, let me help you out. There are, actually, 2 bells of awakening.
Oh, shit.
Up above in the undead church. The other is far, far below, in the ruins at the base of Blight Town. Ring them both, and something happens. Brilliant, right? Not much to go on, but I have a feeling that won't stop you. So, off you go. It is why you came, isn't it? To this accursed land of the undead?
Alright, so for anyone playing the Dark Souls drinking game, that is, well, we've already got a few. Like, big fucking boss right at the start, just to let you know, hey, you're playing Dark Souls. Really helpful guy in armor. We got a Demon Souls reference in here, and now we have a sad guy who sits at the bonfire, or at the hub. And, we also have ominous laughter.
Ah, your face. You're practically hollow. But who knows? Going hollow could...
Oh man, this is what it's like to be the crestfallen warrior's dick. So what he means is that this is what we look like without armor. We're a fucked up zombie, you know? And you can actually see the dark sign on us that they mentioned. Interesting.
What? Restoring your humanity? Well, there are a few ways to go about it.
So, restoring your humanity will...
Bit by bit from corpses. Or you can butter up a cleric and get yourself summoned. And the quickest way, although I'd never do it, is to kill a healthy undead and pillage its humanity. Coveting thy neighbor is only human, after all.
So, what he means is, if we want to get our skin back to being, like, human, and it's not, like, wrinkly bacony, then what we should do is restore our humanity in some way. Oh boy. So yes, I'm doing this so I can, because I wanted to I wanted to play all the Dark Souls. I wanted to do all the Dark Souls clones. Okay, that's great. Asshole. How did you do that? Oh man, hollow spam attack. For anyone else playing the Dark Souls drinking game, that's one of them. Seeing a hollow just do that little spam that they do. So yes, this is actually the game intended way forward, although there are still other ways that we can do. Firelink Shrine is actually pretty big. Those of you who never played Dark Souls, Vitality is health. Attunement will allow you to equip spells, which I don't have and don't intend to use. Endurance is stamina, and it also controls equip weight in this game, so you can see I now can wear 50 pounds instead of 49. Strength is how big weapons do damage. Dex is how little weapons do damage. Resistance is fucking worthless. It raises your poison resistance, but you can see that doing anything may also, like, all the other things raise your stats as well. And your poison resistance is primarily determined by your armor anyway. So resistance is worthless, and the only thing that it does is just regular defense, but every stat does that. So why would you ever bother? Go get him, Elfric. So my hair was green for a little bit, but it's actually gone back to blonde. I, honest to God, might do multiple playthroughs of Dark Souls on my channel. Or I guess on my channels across Twitch and YouTube. So, the reason that the Thief is great is that he can backstab people. And everyone can do that, but the Thief has a little thing on his weapon. You may be able to see crit damage. It's, yeah, critical, right there, 147. It's actually higher than all of these. So the way that backstabs and critical hits work in this game is if you do a critical attack, so a parry or a backstab, you get the critical damage bonus added. So it's additive. And for most weapons, it's just 100. So you do 100 extra points of damage. In the case of this fella, he has another 47 added on. I believe I'm also doing bleed damage. Yeah, you can see down there in the aux effects below parameter bonus, 300 bleed. So the way that bleed works is that as you hit enemies, the bleed bar fills up. You may have seen it on me when the skeletons were hitting me. Particularly sharp cutting weapons will do additional bleed damage. So that's a rat. You can see that it has the same model. And it's gnawing on this dude. And for whatever reason, that rat could drop humanity, which is weird because you'd think humanity could only be dropped by humans, you know? But as it happened, there was a thing that people thought was a retcon in Dark Souls 3. Because between Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3, Miyazaki worked on a game called Bloodborne. Bloodborne, as you may have guessed, is all about blood. So naturally, when it turned out that blood became important in Dark Souls 3, people were like, hey, now hold on, are you self-plagiarizing, dog? Because blood hasn't been important until right now. But as it happened, humanity can actually be... Humanity can actually be transferred through the blood. So you can see that now that we have a heavier weapon on, we're actually too heavy to do that little light roll. But if I put this on, my defense will go down. My magic defense will go down, actually. So this thing is actually heavier. These things are lighter. So what you do in this game is... Yep, there we go. Now we're back to doing the little light roll. So the short sword is an extremely basic weapon. Every weapon in this game has an R1 and an R2. Hitting R1 gives you that. Hitting R2 gives you that. Short sword is about as basic as it gets. It's a very, very good horizontal combo. And then a big poke. It's extremely workable. And very useful, but... Right. I don't think that's in that. I don't think that's actually in this game. Oh, man. How embarrassing. Oh, boy. So, for anyone else who's playing the Dark Souls and or Miyazaki drinking game, here's a Dragon Guardian Bridge. At 40 minutes, when that little elapsed time up there says 40, I'm going to take a little break. And I'll be back when it says 42. So you can see that this is the Hollow Soldier, as opposed to the little fellas down there. They have actual real armor on, and there's more of them over here as well. You actually get a little peek of them to see one of them at the Undead Asylum. Yeah, this is where they're normally from. They chill in the Undead Burg. This backstab, dude. So you can see that the short sword does a lot more damage, and it hits from further away. But it doesn't get the critical bonus, but considering that that's unreliable. So hey, Miyazaki drinking game. Really lame ambush. You can fucking see this guy back here. Poke. Alright, and that's 40. I'll be back when it says 42. Sweet bud. Hey, that's 42. All right. So, this is the first Hollow we've seen who is not a maniac. Look, he's just sitting here petting this barrel.
Well now, you seem to have your wits about you. Hmm? Then you are a welcome customer. I trade for souls. Everything's for sale.
It's the male Hollow Undead Merchant. So he sells a bunch of fluff. He sells this, which is actually useless to us. He sells a dagger, which is okay. A short sword, which you have. A rapier, which is okay. This hand axe is the starting weapon for the Pyromancer. The club and the reinforced club are just good early game strength weapons. Spear is for poking. Short bow is for shooting. This shield is crap. This is often referred to as the nipple shield by fans of Dark Souls. It's very good for parrying. Heater shield is good, but you have reasons to not buy it. Actually, let's go show why you don't need to buy the heater shield. That said, the heater shield is actually pretty useful. It's one of the first 100% physical damage protection shields in the game. Unless you started with a class that has one, in which case... Ugh. This one's a little better and it can still parry.
Oh, you again. I hope you've brought plenty of souls. Things are getting treacherous in these parts. A horrible goat demon is moving below. And up above, there's that humongous drake and a bull demon too. If you stick around this place, it might end up being your grave.
A horrible goat demon. The fact that people in Lordran... Sorry, adjusting my mic. The fact that people in Lordran are so nonchalant about demons...
Here, I'm not here to chit-chat. We talk business, or we talk nothing at all. What a waste of time. Go and fall off a cliff.
So he says that because I didn't buy anything. Actually, let's get his dialogue.
Oh, I hope you've brought...
So repair powder is pretty worthless because... Oh yeah, so he also sells the chain set. This is what that warrior at the start is wearing, the hollow, or the undead warrior, the crestfallen. And he sells just rego old arrows. So I may as well buy 20 arrows.
Thank you kindly.
Man, this game is good. Brings back memories, you know? The heater shield is pretty worth it, to be honest. So hey, another bonfire. So I haven't actually drank anything. But if I had, you would see that this bonfire only gives you 5. That's because it isn't kindled. Kindling is a thing that is only in this game. It raises the power of a bonfire in exchange for humanity. We don't have any humanity on us right now. You can see the little number in the top left says 0, but we could use humanity, this stuff, and make that number go up, which would then allow us to kindle this bonfire. And sitting down at the bonfire, naturally, has brought back all of these enemies. So, the short sword scales C and C off of both stats, strength and dex. Scaling basically is how well it takes the stats that your character has. So a weapon scales A in strength, and you have 50 strength, you'll get more out of it than if you had 20 strength. Whereas if it only scaled B, you wouldn't get as much for raising strength. Hello, sir. So one thing that I normally try to do is have a record of everything. Because I live in a time where DMCA takedowns are very common, and hey, more of those guys. I live in a time where DMCA takedowns are very common, and like I just kind of feel like my channel could get nuked at any time. It's a worry, you know. So I want to make sure that there's 2 records of everything. So I actually have a hard drive with all of my videos I've ever actually recorded on there. But as for my streams, they're on both my Twitch channel and my YouTube channel. Now, hopefully, I won't need to make a 3rd one because I haven't used Twitch as much. I want to make sure that it saves the replays. These are the guys that are shelling us down below as well. If we wanted, we could actually just drop down there. What we can also do is roll over here. I don't even know if this does anything. Yeah, it's just like a cool place that you can be. I guess it kind of lessens the fall damage you take, because normally you would drop from there to here and just take a little bit. But if you go to there and then to there, it's a much less of a drop. Let's cosplay. So you can see that their stuff's pretty heavy. I think that's a... No, that's not a fat roll. So if you buy that key from that guy, you can crack open this door. However, we have the master key, so we can open pretty much every door. This grants us this, GPR. Gold pine resin is a weapon buff. It makes your weapon do more damage. You can also hear now that we jingle, because we're wearing metal armor, which is a fantastic sound design thing. It's kind of turning into like a use what you see run. So, if we head down here, we can see that that guy exists. He's a problem. Fuck. But let's just see if we can't sneak up on him. With a bonus crit damage of this weapon, should be easy, right? Fuck. So, I'm not strong enough to use this mace with one hand, because my character is physically weak. Wow. It also changed the, that's my first honest death. The first two were, oh, pardon my hiccups. My first two deaths were really more of, tactical failures. Big stretch. Tactical failures so I could, get out of the graveyard quicker. So you can see that despite the fact that my strength is bad, I'm blowing open people's guards and doing a lot of damage. This is because the mace does blunt damage. It's breaking through people's armor. I love a good mace. I think this is a flanged mace. It can still do a backstab, but it's unimpressive. See, now this thing is just one-hit killing fools. Oh, man. Where are you coming from, dog? So yes, my idea is, with my big heavy mace, I should be able to bash through the Black Knight's armor quicker. And you can see that this game is much more traditional. You leave your blood in what's called a blood stain on the floor there. And you just go over and pick it up. Because it's simple. You know, it doesn't have to be hard. EA and Respawn Entertainment. Let's see if we can do it this time. Oh. Nope. I should be drinking on this guy. I hate this little narrow, like, shit path I have to fight him in. See, normally, this guy's a fucking problem, you know? And people will just steer clear of him. I, however, am a crazy asshole. Yeah! A backstab for almost nothing. So you may be able to see, that I did 29 damage there instead of the normal 30. There's a weird bug wherever, for some reason, you do one less damage when you're locked on. When you are locking on, rather. It's a bug that's in, like, every Dark Souls game. Playing a little frisky with my stamina there. Pardon. Come back out and find me here. Find me in this little box. Oh, yeah, I love that. I love a good ragdoll, you know? I'm trying to get more backstabs on him, but, like, I really shouldn't bother. Oh, God. I'm getting just a little scared. Because, yeah, because my health is low. Ah, fuck. I'll come back and do one later. Because I actually don't need to even fight him now. Yeah, so if I wanted to, I could just run around naked, and that would actually be a little better for me. Well, I would be very light and quick, but... So I've got this theory in my head. The more weapons a game has, the less stamina is important. In this game, you can see that, like, the amount of stamina that a weapon takes is extremely important. But in something like Sekiro, yes, obviously. Oh my god, are you serious? Oh, and he just fell off. You know, 'cause he's supposed to do that. No, yeah, so these guys aren't supposed to fall off, but they will. Also, and this is just great, but the lock onto this game is absolutely dog shit, and it always has been. No one's ever fixed it, of course, because why would they? Nice. Yeah, so enemies will drink Estus if they get damaged enough. Certain hollow enemies will, which I've always kind of liked. Makes them feel real, you know? Like, hey, I would drink, right? And have, in fact. Yeah, compared to like God of War or Sekiro, which are Dark Souls clones with only like 1 or 2 weapons in them. Like Sekiro only really has 1 weapon. Same deal, God of War. Hello. Hey, a staircase where nothing bad will happen. Like, look, you can see it. Yes, anyway, the more weapons that a game has, the more that the weapons themselves need to be balanced with stamina costs. So normally we couldn't open this door, but we can just crack this bitch open right now. We can just start going down this big-ass tower. Yep. So this is Havel the Rock. He's a real motherfucker, and he just sits at the bottom of this tower. And he waits. And that's all he does. As you may be able to tell, he does like 1,000,000 damage. However, he's very slow, but he's also wearing armor made of actual fucking rocks. Yowza. And thick ones, too. So yes, he's pretty serious. He exists. He's a big problem, you know? However, he drops what might be the actual best ring in the whole game. To the point that the ring was nerfed to being like a third of how good it actually is in this game and the other games. Part of that is due to other changes. In this game you can only equip 2 rings, so those 2 rings better be fucking amazing. But in the other games, you can have 4. And rather than just balance the game around being able to have 4 rings, the power of every ring was cut in half or worse. So yeah, a lot of mini-bosses here. This is something that I feel... So, this is well known now, but Dark Souls 1 was not finished. Like deadass, they started to make this game, and they could not finish making it. Which is why there's a bunch of glitches in it. The remastered one has a lot of those fixed, but some of those are still in. It also just has some jank and like some shitty parts. I would say about 1/4 of this game is not as tested or good as it could have been. And a lot of people were hoping when this remaster came out... Oh yeah, so that only happens once. The barrel. People were hoping when this remaster came out that like, hey, holy shit, what if they fix all the busted stuff? And they didn't, and I don't know why. I assume it's because they just really were just going to port it. Like, it was just going to be a next-gen port with some minor things. But, you know, it's perfectly serviceable, and it allows me to play Dark Souls in HD on my console, and it doesn't run like shit, so... You know, that's fine by me. These barrels? Yes, it is. That's a little friend. He's a crystal lizard. They're unique enemies, and they drop these things called Twinkling Titanite. It's a special kind of Titanite that you may have seen me pick up. They're also ragdolled, so you can do this with them. How wonderful. Oh, man. So in Demon Souls, bosses are way less common. I want to say there's only like 16 bosses in the whole game. And the white light is used to... more to be like, hey, this is a big fucking area traversal, you know? And in this game, they use the white light here and there as a way to signify a change of areas. But only early on. And here, you can see that this is very obviously a boss arena. Right, I was holding down to try to slide it. Yeah, this is very obviously a boss arena. I wonder if a boss will show up. So yeah, that's that horrible bull demon that they mentioned. I'll show the drop attack, but I want to kill this guy in a different way. There he comes. So if you get over here, he'll look up. And then you can plunge down on him. And stab him in the face. I do halfway decent damage. But my main damage is going to be from the plunge attack or the secret. Fucked up that roll. Whoops. That was an honest botch. Perfectly frank with you. It's an honest to God botch. Alright. Let's take this very, very slow and boring. Oh, that reminds me. So you can actually roll off the side there and onto that little platform. However, that puts you inside the Black Knight's ass. Which is why I haven't done it. So I have this opinion that I think I only have. I've never heard anyone else talking about it. I assume other people have noticed it. But there's a lot of things in this game where they do a lot of scripted stuff up front. Like stuff rolling downstairs at you, a lot of traps, you know, enemies that try to get the drop on you. And they just kind of stop doing that in the later part of the game. And so it has this weird effect of making the later part of the game feel easier than the earlier part. Like, I would say that the early part of this game is way harder than the end of it. Like, the actual hardest part of this game is in the DLC. And then after that, it's an area called Lost Isleth, which is one of those areas that I mentioned that they just didn't finish. But other than that, I would say that, like, Undead Parish is the hardest part of the game. So, you can also see that we're getting humanity off of some of the enemies. Because they're former humans, and so they might have some humanity cradled within their bosom, you know? Just as you would. However, if we want, we can also use the humanity ourselves. The crystal lizard does not spawn here anymore. And you can see that it gives us more number, and it's also a full heal. Hey guys, what's going on? That was good. So if you just walk forward, those guys will start shooting you in the back, like, haha, idiot. See, we can do that thing where we slide through his legs, and that's what I was trying to do. This is a bug. I don't even think that this was tested right, the thing that I'm trying to do. But sometimes when he does his attacks, he'll do a little hop backwards. Yep, he does that little hop backwards. So what you can do... Whoop, get fancy on me, son. I think it has, yeah, it has to be here or one of the other places where it's like a big, obvious, like, chunk has been taken out of the wall. But you can get him to just do that little hop backwards off a cliff. And then just fucking, he leaves. And the fight's over, you know? I honestly think it's kind of a mistake to have the fight so close up like this. Again, you can hear a lot of like the Demon Souls influences here. Because like a lot of the Demon Souls things are very, very brassy. Oh, man. So that's an animation that I like. It shows up very rarely. But yeah, you can get him to fling himself, character just gets flung backwards. But yeah, he's not really that threat, because you can just stand here and block him all day. And as long as you're putting your shield down, you'll be okay. Oh, this is also a good place in the wall to do it. Come on, man. See, last time I played Dark Souls, I actually did this by mistake. And I was like, well, huh, that's funny. And I knew that you could do it. Alright. Dude. You're ruining my stream. I don't remember the setup is the issue. Because the setup is, you can do it in such a way where, like, the fight ends in a second, you know, before it even really begins. I should have two-handed my shield. I've got him locked into a loop of doing this, like, little poke thing he's doing. Okay, big overhead. So that little I'm doing is because I'm taking damage after my shield's been blown open. But what's actually doing that damage is that he's landing on me slightly, because he's just so big. Ah, so close. Like, there's something about the pacing and the feel, and like the game feel and the speed of this game that I feel like the other Souls games don't really get, especially including the clones of them. Where, like, I'm kind of giving up if you can't tell. There we go. There he goes. Yeah, boys. Sit. You can just get him to jump himself off the cliff. But yeah, like, all the future Dark Souls games and a lot of the clones, like Sekiro and Fallen Order, they just feel so fast. And like, so yeah, this is locked. And the Master Key doesn't open, despite the fact that it opens every other door in the game. Hey, it's the sun. And hey, it's the fan-favorite character. This might be the most famous character from Dark Souls 1, and I've got to say, I really do want a bucket hat like that.
Hello. You don't look hollow, far from it. I am Solaire of Astora, an adherent of the Lord of Sunlight. Now that I am undead, I have come to this great land, the birthplace of Lord Gwyn, to seek my very own son.
So he says the birthplace of Lord Gwyn, implying that Lord Gwyn was actually born.
No need to hide your reaction. I get that look all the time.
Being a god, you would think that he wouldn't be born, but yeah, Lord Gwyn is surprisingly, like, human.
Oh, aha. So I didn't scare you. I have a proposition, if you have a moment.
Whatever it is, Solaire, yes.
The way I see it, our fates appear to be intertwined. In a land brimming with hollows, could that really be mere chance? So what do you say? Why not help one another on this lonely journey?
Yes.
It pleases me greatly. Well then, take this. We are amidst strange beings in a strange land. The flow of time itself is convoluted, with heroes centuries old phasing in and out. The very fabric wavers, and relations shift and obscure. There's no telling how much longer your world and mine will remain in contact. But use this to summon one another as spirits, cross the gaps between the worlds, and engage in jolly cooperation. Of course, we are not the only ones engaged in this, but I am a warrior of the sun. Spot my summon signature easily by its brilliant aura. If you miss it, you must be blind.
That's it. That's Solaire. He's so mild-mannered and just pleasant, you know? Say, there's burn marks all over this bridge. Miyazaki always has like a dragon guarding a bridge. I wonder what the deal is. See ya, big fucking dragon. Here he is. And luckily, there's this little underhang here. And we can kick this ladder down and fall off of it. And hey, look, we're back here. Ain't that wonderful? All according to plan. I kind of want to keep these the same. Actually, yeah, I'm probably going to get 40 endurance. So yeah, now we can just climb all the way back up. And yes, there's also a little way to go underneath the bridge. And as you can see, yeah, he's just there. That tail's in plain sight, though. If you wanted to, you could actually just start shooting arrows at said tail. And the tail would fall off and a weapon would drop out of it. More on that later. You can see that that backstab didn't kill him. In a lot of cases, backstabs just do a lot of damage. For weaker enemies, that damage is just enough to kill them in one no matter what. Jeez, I'm getting my ass blown open. I love the glug sound of an Estus flask. More rats. So that little bar that's filling up, that is poison. The rats are attempting to poison me. They're little poisonous things. Even though that poison has to be swallowed, and that venom is what happens whenever you stab someone. But, you know. That's neither here nor there. So, this actually splits. That one goes up, and this one goes over here. We're in the Undead Parish, which I think might be the hardest part of the game. And you can see that this is just blocked off with a big fucking gate in the way. Now, granted, that isn't such a terrible run. Oh yes, that thing I did my mistake. Hitting forward and the attack button, forward and R1, will make your character kick. The kick is good for blocking enemies that are blocking, because it drains a lot of stamina, even though it does almost no damage, so it'll blow open people's shields. So, back when I was very first playing this game, I would often run up to the top of this bridge, let the dragon breathe fire, kill everyone, and then run back downstairs. Say, look, there's 5 guys here. And when killed, each one gives 111, I think. See, the dragon knows I'm here. He's actually looking directly at me. And he tries to come and fight me man to man. I'm not actually interested in that, though. Oh, alright. If you're gonna be that way. What I really want is this. And hey, now I have free access to this bridge. And whenever you're here, the dragon flies away, because there used to be a thing that you could do to just shoot at the underside of his chin and kill him. So you can see that these guys are getting more health. Part of that is to, mostly that is there to tell the player, hey, you should upgrade your weapon. Because not having your weapon upgraded means that you ain't got shit. So, this thing is amazing. It's a real problem solver. Very reliable up-down combo. And then just a big haymaker baseball bat swing. Again, I don't have the strength to use it normally because I haven't upgraded my strength, but you can see that it does a shitload of damage. And because that guy was blocking, but he ran out of stamina while blocking, his shield was blown open, his guard was broken. And you can see that these guys all get handily bodied by this. Of course, they would get bodied by most anything, but you know, this is what I'm holding. So, this is a holy site. This is a statue of the Lord of the Sunlight Warriors. People who have played the future games know him as the Nameless King, and people who are into theory crafting call him Sen. But this is the guy that Solaire worships. And when you hang out with Solaire or have more faith, you can pray there and join the same covenant that Solaire is a part of. This game's good. But yes, I greatly enjoy, I enjoy recording. And I have way more people following me on Twitch, I have way more people following me on YouTube than Twitch, so I don't really mind that I have a lot of Twitch streams without people watching. Because really, I just consider these recordings that you could watch live if you wanted to. There are also recordings that I'm not expected to edit. Hey look, it's another Black Knight. That guy is a real problem. But I'm stronger now. So, here's one of the things about this game in particular. This Black Knight is supposed to be stronger and harder than the other one, because you fight him afterwards, you know? But the thing is, his weapon is bigger. And because his weapon is bigger, that means that he's a lot slower. Which means I have more time to get behind him and put this whole sword up his ass. Oh boy. A big uppercut. Woof. That's an honest death. Still a little rusty. But yeah, so many more of the modern Souls games are just like so aggressive and like they try to be so quick, and I don't really know if I appreciate it. Because this game has, you know, it has more healing. In some places, I feel like it has more enemies, where other places would have less. and vice versa. You know, if I'm just gonna backstab fish, I may as well just, like, get my bandit knife out. That said, the base damage of this is pretty gratifying as well. Yeah, that big, like, overdrive he does is, that's a big problem. He landed on me. Get out of there, Elfric. Also, you get out of there, you. Whoops. I don't know what happened there. Actually, I think we can also kite this guy downstairs. Pull him, rather. Pull him downstairs. I know I'm not doing Neverwinter anymore. Okay, I should talk about that. So, I was playing Neverwinter, and I was like, yeah, it's an MMO, you know? It's an MMO. And it's set in Neverwinter, and that was honestly all I could say about it. Like, I felt as though that there was nothing special about Neverwinter. I really got no enjoyment out of it besides just... Well, that's it. I really didn't get that much enjoyment out of it. It's not that it's boring, you know? But, like, there's just it's so nothing, you know? Like, all I can really say about it is that it is an MMO set in Neverwinter. It's not like it does anything exceptional. And so, I feel like there's nothing that really sets it apart from anything. You know? And if I'm playing a game that doesn't really have much to set it apart from any other game, what's the point of playing it when there are games that have those things? Oh. So in the Undead Parish, and to a lesser extent the Burg, there's a lot of mini-bosses. And a mini-boss a boss in Dark Souls nomenclature is just the big guy with a big health bar that lives in a boss room. Which is something that is where it's like blocked by a fog gate. And then he has a health bar at the bottom of the screen. The other thing is that he goes away permanently when he dies. With a mini-boss, they act like normal enemies, but they also go away when they die, permanently. As opposed to bosses who have a room, and regular enemies who don't go away when they die. Yeah, this is the undead boar. The backstab animation is that you put your whole sword up its asshole. Which I think is marginally better than Bloodborne's, where backstab and critical animations, you don't use a weapon for them, so you just fist the boar's butt. Because, yeah, this enemy shows up again in other games. There's a almost hidden side quest in Dark Souls 2 to find the mighty undead boar. Oh, cool, he dropped it. To find the undead boar, there's the man-eater boars in Bloodborne. I don't think there's any big pigs in 3, but I can't remember. You know, the first piece of digital art I ever created, I was about the age of 3. And it was in Microsoft Paint, and I just, like, smeared some colors around. And I named it, like, bigpig.bitmap. So, we weren't looking over here, but whenever the enemies in this area aggro to you, one of them will actually run through this little area here. Yep, that guy, and he'll close this gate on you. And if you can get past him and open the gate or just run past, it bypasses, like, the next 3 minutes of walking and God knows how much fighting. Because if you're a magic build or you have not very much skill at gameplay, then, like, who knows how long you're going to be here. As for me, it's fine. I don't really care. Alluring skulls. These things get worse and worse every game, although they're actually pretty good in Bloodborne. Hey, a guy's running away from me. I wonder if he's luring me into a trap. Damn straight. You can see that the drop attack is very useful. I'm not sure how the drop attack works. I believe that it can be considered a critical attack. For particularly large enemies, they actually have a unique animation for you dropping onto their head, like where you jam the sword into their noggin. And they're like, the Asylum Demon and the Taurus Demon both have it. Right. Can't drink on ladders in this game, because why would you wanna? Like, it's kind of weird that you can't drink on ladders in this game, because ladder combat has been a thing since this game. Oops. Fuck. I forget what this is, but I'm going to try to get it anyway. So you can see that this guy's actually wearing armor, and he appears to be a Hollow Soldier, or maybe even a Balder Knight. I wanted to see if I could perhaps try my hand at a Baller Swag Sword. Because I was planning on doing a strength build in this game, but, like, strength builds in this game are really good. Like, really, really good. That's actually sip. It's not like it's going to heal me all the way. So if those guys are still alive, they start taking pot shots at you, which is really annoying. So this is the next enemy type we start to see. They're tougher than... they're the toughest normal enemy we've seen so far. These are the Balder Knights. And the armor that they're wearing is based off of Guts from Berserk. Despite their size and stature, they're actually dex builds. And they're one of the only enemy types in the game that can actually parry the player. They drop Titanite charge regularly. So whenever an enemy drops something in Dark Souls, it's usually a sign to the player that it will become important. And coming up is actually the area where we get the first blacksmith, which naturally allows us to upgrade our weapons. So you can see that that's a little corridor where that little asshole ran through, and that's the thing that raises the gate. And you can also see that this is a large building. I was hoping that we could see the installation on the top of it, but 'twas not to be. Fuck, man. Oh boy. I didn't expect you to come through, sir. Well, on the other hand, we actually will have the boar dead, and the boar was actually a big source of consternation for me, which means that this shouldn't be that big of a deal. Actually, one moment, I'm gonna check my audio again. How does my audio sound? Pretty good. This mic isn't. This is just like a random Gennaro headset mic. So it's naturally not as good as the big, bulbous ASMR mic that I normally use for my recordings. potato. I want like a stuffed potato or something. Like one of those like really shitty cheesy potatoes that are just like full of bacon. Like you go to like a shitty diner dive or something. Order some potato skins. I've decided I'm probably going to do a dex. The thing is, I really want to do a dex build in DS2 because I don't see a lot of people do that. And the last one I did, the last playthrough of DS2 I did, that is, was... Oh boy, don't do this to me. Jeez. That was needlessly tough. So yeah, you can see that there's the kick. Jesus. Getting my little white ass whooped. Bad luck. Also, a lack of skill. I'm not wearing a lot of armor, and I don't have a lot of damage, so I can't reliably kill enemies quickly, but, you know. I could also be using a better weapon. Though, especially at the early stage of the game, you really have to consider damage types. Yep, there they go. Because early on, or in particularly tough enemies, so if you hit him then, he'll parry you. Oh, we dropped the rapier. That weapon's actually bitchin'. Okay, so the 78 is the base damage, and the plus whatever is the scaling that it gets. So we're actually losing damage on this thing because we don't have the strength to equip it. So this thing has less damage, but better scaling. It also has a different moveset. We poke, you see. We also don't have the kick. We instead have that little backstep that you may have seen. And it also does a little more critical damage. I believe all pierce weapons do, just to balance them a little more. So yeah, that's a very annoying pincer attack, because that guy comes. So if you start fighting the other dude... Man, Vision's a Nidhogg here. Two dudes just poking each other in a hallway. So you can see that that thing that he has is a lot bigger than mine. And there's also... Fuck. Oh well. Titanite shards are good. So you can see that we do 18 damage instead of... Oh, that's interesting, though. Yeah, that's something to talk about. So, if you attack an enemy while they are doing something, like rolling, hitting, casting a spell, you get what is called counter damage. And counter damage is actually... Hello, Nicholas. Thank you for joining. Counter damage is actually a thing where it only triggers on thrust weapons. Oh, God. Yes, counter damage will only trigger on thrust weapons. Actually, wait, this is stupid. See, now no matter what, I don't have to do that walk. Actually, why take the death? Well, that's why. Yes, hello, Nicholas 321234. Counter damage, right. Gotta stay on topic. So, whenever an enemy's doing something that causes what is called instability frames, they're at risk of counter damage. Counter damage is only done by thrust weapons, poke weapons. Which I believe means that arrows also actually count for it. But it allows you to do more damage while an enemy's doing something. So if you catch them unawares, you can actually get a little more bang for your buck. So yeah, you can see that instead of the little kick, we have the like dash backwards. Our counter damage is appreciable because those guys will die in a backstab, whereas they won't from the short sword. Hello. That was cool. This game is not very, this game has to be come out in a very specific way. Where exactly are you stuck? Because in some of the Souls games, not all of them, but in some of them, levels are just kind of irrelevant. Like, I feel like I could probably play through Dark Souls 2 with leveling up minimally. There's a few spells that I would want to use, which require a minimum faith stat, and just having more health is always good. But yeah, the game does tell you what to do. It's just so cryptic about it that you wouldn't think you would want to notice. But at first, the guy is like, hey, go ring the 2 bells of awakening. Basement key, which is what this guy drops. Yeah, I remember grinding for this game. You actually have to grind these guys if you want their weapon. It's a very rare drop. I think the thing that I grinded the most for was... Outside of Lost Izalith, I grinded a lot of stuff. Just because I was like, can I level up more? Will that help? I would like use poison to cheese dudes out. Hey, look, that guy's standing right behind that little door there. What an asshole. Yeah, very early on, they're like, hey, go ring the 2 bells of awakening, asshole. Well, one of the guys who tells you that is very nice about it. He's like, hey, if it's not too much of a ball, though, could you go ring the undead awakening bells? They're a huge thing for me. I'll give you this sip, you know? And he gives you the drink. Yeah. Isn't the soft cap for resistance like 0 anyway? Yeah, 2 baller knights at this stage in the game is pretty annoying. Especially when I've got just this little poke. Because later on, the poke will do a shitload of damage. And I can reliably... Oh, he's gonna drink on me too, huh? Woo! Yeah, one of the things that this game is very good about in the early stages is that, like, if an enemy does something, you can do it too. If you do something to an enemy, they can do it right back. So, like, hey, you're gonna drink on a guy, you know, you took some damage, you're gonna drink in the middle of a fight, an enemy will do that too. So either kill him quick or just be ready to watch for, you know, them to heal. Alright, now we can have a fighting game. And if you like parrying and backstabbing dudes, they will do that right back. Same deal with blocking. And for the most part, blocking is just as good as it is for you than it is for them. And at this stage, we're at a very comparable level to the enemies in here. So over there, that guy's a real problem. We're not going to go talk to him yet. But this is actually, there are 2 mini-bosses in this single building. We can see the other one up there. Yep, there he is. Oh, God! But yeah, they tell you to go ring the 2 bells of awakening, and then once you do that and go back to Firelink Shrine... PBH, I wish I could play this game with other people. Do you know any good places for that? That's fine. I don't mind. So I sidetrack my own conversations, for God's sake. Yes, if you use Reddit, there is multiple subreddits for all the Dark Souls games. I primarily use Hunter's Bell, which is the one for Bloodborne. Let's get more of this. Yes, Hunter's Bell is just in Bloodborne itself. There's an item called the Hunter's Bell that allows you to summon dudes. So using the Hunter's Bell subreddit will allow you to go talk to guys, and I'm pretty sure that there are equivalents for it. But yeah. Also, every so often there is an event called Return to Lordran, Return to whatever. Usually it's a yearly thing, wherein people will say, "Hey everyone, we're all gonna go play Dark Souls 1. If you want to join in, we'll join in." You know. And hey, you can play with us. So, I don't know when it is. I assume that the next one is going to be sometime in 2021.
Well, you must be a new arrival.
This guy's great.
I'm Andre of Astora.
Also of Astora.
Acquire smithing and speak to me.
So that voice sounds kind of weird. So modify equipment actually does nothing. I got an Xbox. I want Bloodborne a lot, but I got to save it for a PlayStation. Oh, yeah. I would say PS4 is super worth it. I think that PS4 is probably... I would say it's better than an Xbox. Not to be... Oh, yeah, I didn't even show off the halberd.
I'll be seeing you then. Be careful out there.
But yeah, every year they do a little thing where they just return to it. When I think Dark Souls 3 was coming out, there was a big one where they did all 4 games back to back. So like, hey, everyone go play Demon Souls again. Everyone go play Dark Souls, and then Bloodborne, and Dark Souls 2. So yeah, this is the halberd. It is just like it is in mythology, and in the real world, it is an axe spear. It is an amazing weapon, but you may notice, after you stab a guy with it, your feet do this little shimmy, where you're like, ugh. That is a thing called stagger. It's often called the axe property as well, because it's on most axes. Where if you miss a guy with an attack with an axe, you will stagger a little afterwards. Yes, I would say... Oh my god, he's still there. Go home, dude! But you can see that the stagger actually doesn't happen as long as you hit it. Oh man, I remember those days. You have an Xbox One or an Xbox 360? Because I've got some opinions about those. I think that a 360 is better than a PS3, but a PS4 is better than an Xbox One. It is still too early in the console wars to see how it will go for next ones, but... Yeah, the halberd's a fantastic weapon. 1X, nice. Or 1S, rather. 1S is actually pretty solid. I honestly do want an Xbox One S. I have a YouTube channel as well, and if you watch me there, I have a shitload of playthroughs of Halo games. I love Halo, but I didn't get an Xbox One, and so I haven't been able to play Halo 5. It's the only Halo game that I know almost nothing about. 2 Anniversary has 5 engine, as far as I know. But I've never played 5 itself. PS5 looks really cool. I don't have too much I want to play on it. I really want to play Demon's Souls Remastered because obviously, like, look at me. I fucking love Dark Souls. Boop. See, the halberd is an amazing weapon. It gets a lot of shit done. It is cribbed by the stagger property, but if you can get around that, you have an amazing weapon. So I might actually use the halberd. As for the PS5, I really do enjoy the PS5. It looks cool. I don't have one yet. I was at Best Buy last week. My dad bought me a TV, but we wanted to go actually shop for it. And I haven't had a new TV in like 7 years, so he was like, "We gotta make it good. It's also gotta fit in your tiny apartment." But yeah, so we have a good TV. But when I went to Best Buy, there's a sign on the door that said, "We don't have any new consoles. Stop asking." So, your stats will only actually carry you so far. Reinforcing your weapons will actually change how you fight way, way more. So you can see that going from +2 to +3, we add 11. We're still getting some lost damage on it. Claymore's awesome. Claymore is absolutely fantastic. The way that you normally want to go with Claymore is... Right, yeah, that's a whole thing. The way you normally want to go with Claymore is... push further. And further! Beyond.
Don't get yourself killed. Neither of us want to see you go hollow.
The thing about Claymore is that it's, you can use it for what's called a quality build. Normally your build is just whatever you're using. So, hey, here's another fucking mini-boss. The thing is that you can actually run right by him. Out that door. And that grants you access to a whole other area. Yeah, that's to be expected. So, in this game, usually your build is like whatever you're using. So if you're going to be like, hey, I'm going to use this Y-hander, you get this Y-hander build. Whereas if you're going to be a little more generic and use, like just a certain stat, you have a strength build. So like, hey, I'm going to be using a lot of heavy weapons, so you have a strength build. Where you primarily upgrade strength, but then you also put some points so you can still carry those heavy-ass things. Oh, that's a whole thing. Sir? Magic is okay in this game. It's honestly at its best in this game, but you need to know what you're doing and where you're going. But that's really the case for a lot of different games. So, if you're going to have like a build, what you can do is have a quality build. And a quality build is wherever you upgrade strength and dex pretty much at the same time. And it allows you to get the most out of certain quality weapons, like, for example, a Claymore, because it scales... I can actually show you because I have one on me. Here we go. Claymore is C and C for strength and dex, so it'll benefit equally from both. So if you have 20 strength and 20 dex, as opposed to just 40 strength, you'll get more out of the Claymore. So this is a needlessly complicated thing, but you can reverse hollowing. And that'll actually make us not bacony hollow. This also has the added effect of essentially turning on the online mode. Oops. But you can see that we now have our beautiful face again. Our beautiful, dumb Leon face. And now you can kindle the fire. Now, no one knows what the fuck this means. Offer humanity kindle flame? What the fuck? Well, obviously humanity is the big number in the top left. So you give that up. You burn it in the fire. And the fire actually grows stronger off it. You can see that the fire is bigger. And normally you can only do that once. And you can see that now I have 10 Estus. And it goes up to 15. And it goes up to 20. So now we can fight the first real proper boss of the game with 20 sips of the drink. So, before we go...
Well, you need...
I'm gonna need... So what do I need? I need... Yes, I did that thing where you skipped ahead to Pinwheel. I saw, you may have seen... Actually, no, you weren't here. That's fine. I need 3 Titanite jars. So we can purchase item. Oh, it's 800, sorry. Okay, yeah.
Don't get yourself neither...
But yes, having 10 drinks on this bonfire is pretty useful. Having 20 is really important. This is the first bonfire that you will really be able to get into the forest, which is the area past the Titanite demon down below. So having 20 drinks in the forest is really useful. It's the bonfire that you'll be using for this place. We can't even go here yet, but man, this place is a shithole. Yes, so, the very large ember, by the way, really, really silly name. If you just, like, really, honestly. Normally, you need the large ember to upgrade your weapon. Yeah, it does. Like, if people don't know Sense Fortress, you'd be like, oh yeah, that shithole with the snakes. Yep, it sucks ass. Damn straight. But yeah, the very large ember, which is the upgrade to the large ember you give to Andre of Astora, is found in New Londo, which is a real shithole. I can actually show you how to get there. Because we've got some other things to be getting around to in here. So, this is that big damn cathedral. We can see that guy over there. And this is what that Baronic Knight was guarding. Firekeeper soul. It's the soul of a firekeeper. And then there are these big-ass elevators over here. Where do these go, I wonder? This is one of the earliest big shortcuts in the game. It's also one of the biggest. For those of you who've been watching this whole time, think about how long I've been going, how far I've been going. Look at where we are. I'm back home. I'm here. It's Firelink. So, something I didn't show earlier in the stream, which means that... Oh god, am I stuck? Did I get... Oh, I did. Okay, cool. I'll talk to you in a second, fatty. He looked at me like, what? So there's a large ember, and there's a very large ember. They're very annoying. Like, why are they so similar? It drives me up the wall. Yes, down here is a area called New Londo, but that's where the very large ember is hidden. And to get there is very, very complicated, and where I currently am in the game, I actually can't go and get that. Yeah, so every ember will give you something different. Yeah, there's this big elevator, and that leads to New Londo. Yeah, there's like, I want to say 8 different embers in the game, and there are actually different blacksmiths as well. Different blacksmiths use different ones. Yeah, any key item and anything you've given to someone will go away in New Game Plus, which is kind of annoying. Hey, what's up, girl? No response, you can't speak. It's a firekeeper. So, if we want, we can give her the firekeeper soul, and now our Estus flask is more bang for the buck. Talking to her is worthless. Hello. Live streaming.
Hello there. I believe we are not acquainted.
Damn straight.
Petrus of Thurland.
So this is the first guy not of Astora. You may have noticed that almost everyone has been like blank of Astora. That's because everyone from Astora is a badass. They're all heroic super guys.
Hello there. I realize that
this guy is Petrus of Thorland, and Thorland is where clerics are from.
But I also want you to know that it is not meant in ill will. Here, take this as a token of peace. No, go ahead. It's for you.
A coin! Coins are not used as money in this game. We use souls as money, so that's worthless.
Oh my. You again. Oh, I know. How about this? I have to await my companions here anyway.
So what if I were to teach you some miracles? Would that please you?
Sure.
Very well. Then first, a covenant with the gods.
I didn't have a covenant.
Now,
Black set, that's annoying.
Only their ultimate effectiveness will be determined by your efforts and your faith.
So, he sells the basic starting spells and the basic casting equipment. Ooh.
My companions are Milady and her young knights. She is young, but burdened by an undead mission.
So yeah, lots of undead missions going around. He has also given us an undead mission. Or sorry, he has also been given an undead mission.
Come again. The effectiveness of the teachings depend upon your faith.
So something cool story-wise, faith determines the power of miracles, and a miracle is actually just a story. It's a story told. Yeah, it's a story. Yeah, also, if you have to look up a guide, there's a very succinct, short guide on YouTube for the original Dark Souls, and it still works for Remastered. But it's just, like, the starting place in New Londo, and the guy just walks to the chest where the very large Emperor is kept. That's what I did. I have to do it very often because I always forget where that damn thing is. So you can see that now, between our big, powerful weapon and the upgrades we've applied to it, we've put a whole bunch of stuff on it. Oh, a longsword. So a longsword is primarily just a straight upgrade to the short sword. I would say it's probably one of the better weapons in this game. The thing about this game is that what is honestly the best weapons are simple ones, you know? You know, so like a longsword, a claymore, just something easy that is just like, it's fucking simple, you know? It gets the job done. I can actually put that on. So you can see that it adds a tiny little teensy bit to my health. I don't know why I came down here, actually. He doesn't have anything for me. I need some more money to buy the next Titanite shards. Although I could also just have them hopefully drop. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I can now go introduce the guys to this thing. But yes, Andre of Astora in there is the, like... He's implied to be the blacksmith of the gods, and there was some stuff involved with him in the story. Wow, that is some good damage. In the wind. A little sip on save. Because this guy on the stairs has probably killed me more than this upcoming boss. If you're doing speedruns or you're doing something dumb, he's there to be like, hey, what's up? So, that's a channeler. And you may be able to see by the big glowing effect on all these guys around him, but he has buffed them all. This is so yeah, they do a shitload of damage. If I die, I will go back to being hollow, because that's the way it works. Oh, also, I didn't mention this earlier, but the Fextra Life official whoa! Pardon me, sir. Let me just get a little sip. The Fextra Life official Discord. It's up here right now, the Belgar Bros. So if you go human at the bonfire, and you talk to Solaire earlier in the game, as I have, you will be able to summon him for this fight. Oh, we got Poggies in chat, boys. skedaddle over here. So because of the way that animations work in this game, this guy has an item on him, but you can't actually see until he finishes falling. Boop. Now he has an item. It was humanity. So, again, a term I throw around a lot is the term brick to the face.
Oh, still human, are you? Then I am in luck. Could you help me? As you can see, I am stuck without recourse.
Help me, chosen undead, I'm stuck.
Thank you. Yes, sincerely. I am Knight Lautrec of Karim. I truly appreciate this. And I guarantee a reward. Only later.
So if you had played Demon Souls, there's also a guy in a cage that you can free, and he comes back to the hub and starts murdering people. Oh yeah, he's sus as fuck. A lot of people, so the thing about him is he drops an amazing ring. He drops what might be the actual best ring in the game. So what a lot of people do is they do the first part of his questline to get him back to Firelink Shrine. And then they kick him off a ledge to get his ring. Because, yeah, he acts sus because he is sus. He is rather sus. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Straight best ring in the game. It's either that or Havel's. And, like, Havel's is a ring I wish I could have in real life. Like, imagine if you could just put more stuff on your back. That's dead useful. So I'm not going to sit down, because I still have quite a few Estus. But I am going to talk to you.
Well, you need it.
Right, I also still need to buy it. There we go. So, because of the weird way that this game puts things, the halberd is now gone from reinforcement. And what we could do is modify it to improve it. And you modify it into a +6 standard weapon. But what you could also do is modify it into a +0 divine weapon. So this would become a divine halberd. And a +0 divine weapon is equivalent to a +6 regular weapon, except that it deals divine damage as well. Divine damage is good for unholy things. It kills demons extra quick. Or is it undead extra quick? The really important thing about divine damage is that enemies that will regenerate within an actual area, like the skeletons, they will actually just stop coming back from the dead. You can kill them permanently. And so the mechanic of those areas gets unmechanicked. When I first played, I had his White-Hander as my go-to, but I had a Divine Claymore as backup, and it was very useful in the crypts. But yes, so this is the way to the Dark Souls brick to the face. And the brick to the face is just the term I use for the fucking wake-up call. Like, hey, are you ready to play this game? This will teach you. The thing is, this actually isn't as hard as a lot of people think it is. Here's Solaire. So yeah, we'll get him in here. During Return to Lordran, or closer to this game's launch, there would be signs all over the place. Hey, what's up, man? Also, there's still a decently active player base on PC. Not that that helps people who don't have it on PC. But also on PC, there's apps that you can actually use to store yourself into things. Yeah, if you talk to him, you can summon him, and then he's just here to help. Basically, you just say yes to all of his things. So, much like a Scooby-Doo cartoon, you can see that some of those gargoyles are actually colored in slightly differently than the ones in the background. Some of them are very obviously pieces of the background, and some of them are, you know, guys that move. So there's a couple of subsystems in this boss, and a couple of tricks to it as well. Having Solaire here is obviously a godsend, because he's way tougher than he should be. One thing about AI summons is that if they don't have very good AI, so they were given a lot of health to compensate. But Solaire in particular has a whole bunch of health. He can throw lightning bolts. So at 50% health, the other one jumps down. Here's the thing, though. The other one is missing a shield, as well as a tail. And what he really does is breathe fire a lot. So this gargoyle's main purpose is area denial. He's here as like a Smash Bros-esque stage hazard, you know? He's not here to fight you, he's here to annoy you. He's here to stand in the way. And the thing is, he also spawns at half health. So if you have a big cheesed-off weapon like me and Solaire have, you can just beat the shit out of him no problem easy. And if you don't, well, that's okay. So there's another thing. When that guy flies up, if you stand under him, he'll hit you with his tail, because he's got an axe on it. However, you can cut that off, and then that gets removed as a thing in this moveset. So yeah, Solaire makes this so easy. Solaire makes this so easy. Like, my first primary pro tip to people if they're having trouble with cargoes is like, did you talk to Solaire? Because you wouldn't be having trouble if you didn't. This is a very conspicuously empty space. When we come back, there will be something. But yeah, so that's the first spell of Awakening. Anyone ever played Snake Eater? What a thrill. With darkness and silence through the night. Shouldn't be saying I'm gonna get these here made. So yeah, first spell of Awakening. So, something that is often the case with a lot of Dark Souls games, doing things in the world and killing bosses will trigger a state change. So now that I've rung this bell, things have changed in the world. So Lautrec has left his cell and has gone downstairs to Firelink Shrine. Solaire has moved from the place where you talk to him on the bridge and now goes to the Sunlight Shrine that I showed earlier in stream, next to that other bonfire on the bridge with the dragon. So something that can happen on PC, the game's gravity is based... This game doesn't really have a good physics engine, so gravity is based off of the frames per second. And so while sliding down ladders, you can go so fast that you go faster than the animation, and you go right through the floor. This ladder is notoriously bad for having it happen. But, oh, hey. So yeah, because we rang the bell, this guy's here now.
Greetings. I am Oswald of Karim, the Park.
Karim, new place.
For thee, a warm welcome. Cometh thou to confess what you can. For indeed, all sin is my domain.
So, this guy sells these things, which are pretty useful, but we don't need them yet. He sells Homeward Bones, which just port you back to the bonfire with all your souls. He sells this Miracle, which is very interesting. Temporary auto counter versus heavy damage. It just does damage back. Well, because Talisman and these rings. Blood Bite, Poison Bite, and Sacrifice. So he can kick us out of the covenant that we're in without having us get a sin for it. We can request absolution. He gives us that gesture, which you may have seen from the internet memes.
Thou art welcome any time. It is only human to commit a sin.
So yeah, there's that guy. Oh, you can see, if you look at my foot, you can see that it's totally fucked up, because the animation is not built... It's built for walking on flat surfaces. So you can see that walking on a curved surface makes my foot bend like it's broken. Yep. So yeah, there's the first real boss. Oh. So if you walk out of an area, it gets reloaded partially. Which means that you walk out of an area, it gets reloaded partially, which means that stuff will go back to where it spawned. Which means that enemies will drop back on wherever they were. But if they're dead, then that means that they just flop back down. So, if you get off the ladder halfway, or the elevator halfway, you're up here. And you can actually see some parts over here. But you can also roll to this thing. And hey, you can go up these stairs. And you can go up these stairs. And you can go here and curl up like a ball. Crazy, right? This is one of my favorite things in this game, to be perfectly honest. Because it's so silly. Because you, honest to God, have to wait. Yeah, you wait for 30 full seconds. And then when you're done, this cutscene plays. Oh, it's so silly. But yeah, it's pretty simple. You just roll off the elevator halfway up. And then she just drops you in the little nest. And we're back at the Northern Undead Asylum. Here's the thing, though. I can show you when I'm done fooling around here. This has been entirely remixed as a zone, so I'm actually going to leave here. Do a little sip. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad you remember. So, if you're not careful, the floor drops through here and drops you into a boss fight. Spoilers, but come on, it's so cheap. It's the floor right over here. And I believe... Yes, so before you couldn't actually level up at these bonfires, but now you can, for the sake of convenience. I didn't open that door when I came through here. So this is interesting. Whoop. So the undead that were here have all left. Or they've been, like, permanently killed. That reminds me, I should take this off if I'm not gonna... just gonna have it on my back. Hey, who is that? Hey, who is that? Fucking Black Knight. Oh god. Well, that's a shame. But if you look to the left here, you can see there's another asylum demon in there. Yeah, it's a palette swap. Now we gotta go back and get those souls, yippee skippy. Fall damage is pretty slight in this game, so I usually don't care too much about it. I do hate them. The thing I hate most about them is that they're cool as fuck. So that's a thing that's often referred to as trading. Trading hits, just... Get that sip on. So enemies have a thing called a leash limit. It's how far they'll chase you. And this guy won't chase me that far. So you can actually use this door. And he'll only come out there if he's sufficiently taunted. You can also break his poise, which is not very often seen. Oh, wow. So what happened there is he hit me in the head, and I believe it does more damage. Because that's how it works with things like crossbow bolts and arrows. Like, I'm gonna be 80, and an enemy's just gonna slow walk on screen. So since I lost my souls, I may as well show this. This is one of the cheapest things in the game. Hey, there he is. And enemies drop in with you. It's so irritating. And then the other thing is, this is a real cheap boss. Because it's the same boss again. It's a palette swap. Now this guy is meant to be fought with a +10 weapon at least, if not +14. And the reason for that is because he drops a Titanite slab. He drops one of the only slabs in the game. He drops one of the items required to upgrade your weapon to +14. I'll give him an honest try, but one of the annoying things is that, oh god, with the halberd you actually have to aim it. You can see that I'm pointing upwards to try to hit him. Because otherwise, like if you stab like this, the weapon actually goes into the ground. It hits the ground. You can aim. It's a really weird mechanic that is barely used in... That's barely used in all of these games, really, but in this one in particular. Yeah, you can aim poke weapons. Yeah, I know. Most of it is just the fact that I'm here way before I'm supposed to be. Thank you, though. That's kind of cool. This guy's big butt is so grotesque, you know? Like, ugh. It's decrepit, you know? But yeah, staying behind him and just poking him in the ass is usually the way to go. Because you can see the big drop coming. That big RuPaul brand, RuPaul brand death drop. And because the explosions that he does are in front of him, it allows you to stay ahead of the curve. Yeah, I'm not even sure why I'm killing this guy, because if I do succeed in killing him, I'm gonna get a weapon upgrade that I'm not gonna need, because I need to upgrade this thing to +6, and then to +10, and then to +11 before I can even think about a Titanite slab. Like, I haven't even started using large shards. Oh gosh. The lingering hitbox is a little annoying. Yep, and see, because the hitbox is so specific, you actually have to point up and hit it. You have to hit it from the back and up as well. Because otherwise it'll actually go through his crotch and miss him. Pun not intended, but it is a pain in the ass. Pardon me, sir. I get really Canadian with Dark Souls bosses, I notice. And yeah, you wanna try to keep him in the middle of the room as well, because that thing hits in a big circle around it no matter where he is, and you need to make sure that you have space to run away. Is that how they get it on for enough to stab there? So yeah, part of this is just due to the strength of the halberd and the practice that I have with this game in particular. I'm not looking at it because I'm trying to hit his butt, but you can kind of see there that his belly has this absolutely grotesque jiggle. Oh god! Ah well. I didn't expect to do that well against him, to be perfectly frank. I kind of thought that he'd just whoop my ass in the first couple of seconds. I'm excited to be playing. So yeah, I don't actually need to be here yet. So I may, yeah, right. I may as well leave. But I will be back. Fret not, young hollows. Saw a chart today of Elden Ring versus the other games. When they were first announced to when they were actually released, there's usually like 180, 200 to like at most a year's worth of days before the game is announced versus when it's released. Elden Ring was announced like 550 days ago, and there has been almost no news besides a leak from China that may or may not be real. And for those who don't know, because no one fucking talks about it, Elden Ring is the next game from Hideki Miyazaki, who is the director of this game, Bloodborne, and Dark Souls 3. So also, one of the nice things is that you don't have to curl up like a ball and wait 30 seconds every time. So, this is that key that you need to get to that area. And if you come here, and then go there, you're a little better off. But you have to do the drop twice. So, someone is snoring in this little pond here. That only starts happening after you have rung the second bell.
Why, what a surprise. I didn't expect you to make it. Oh, somebody rang the bell. Wait, was it you? You never give up, do you? I don't know how you do it. Well, don't stop now. Only one more. But it's going to be suicide.
So earlier he mentioned that that is in Blighttown. Now there is a way to get to Blighttown through the Undead Burg. Hey, it's Lautrec. Come on. So kicking doesn't count as an attack, which means that you can do it all day. And you can just kick him off the ledge. And then you save and quit the game because it resets the world. And it puts the stuff that he would have had on his person here. Humanity. And the best ring in the game. So, you may have seen breaks when removed. Yeah, the ring straight up shatters if you take it off. However, you can see that that big chunk missing off my health bar? Yeah, that's how much health it gives you. That's a shitload of health. That is a ridiculous amount of health. That is well worth it, suffice to say. So, while we're here... Oh, yes, as well. Petrus is still alone, but he won't be soon. So I actually do need to start that one path, because it's the only way to get to Large Ember. And you need the Large Ember to get the very large, yada yada, it's a whole fucking thing. But you can see, for those of you who've been here since the start, a little bit. Yeah, we got we don't really have too much to worry about now. I do need to get more strength so I can one-hand this thing. Because yeah, the reason that strength works like that as well, the reason that you can two-hand certain things, is that two-handing actually increases your strength. It depends on how much by what game you're playing. In some games, it is like it doubles your strength. Because it's like, hey, if one hand has 25 strength, why wouldn't two hands have 50? The best weapon... So, the halberd is really good. One of the things that you have to consider is that, like, is how soon you can actually get a hold of a weapon will change how good it is. So the halberd can be found in the first couple of hours. As you see, I've been playing for an hour and a half, and I've had it for quite a while. Mathematically proven, however, to be the best weapon is the scythe. There's a couple of contenders for what the best weapon is, quote-unquote. I've got a few. Rarely, the Black Knights can actually drop weapons, which is what I'm doing here. For a quality build, probably the scythe. But yes, as I say, where you get them can change how good a weapon is very quickly. And you can get some weapons really early. This Y-hander can be found in that graveyard right next to Firelink Shrine. And you basically have to like suicide run through it to get there. But that thing's amazing. That is a fantastic weapon. That is what got me through the game my first time. That is what got a couple of different streamers I watched through the game. I got my arch nemesis through the game. That got my wife through the game. Like, that's why Hander is a problem solver. That's why Hander, especially if you're doing just pure strength, that'll solve the problem. The Claymore is good, but you have to be a lot more maneuverable with it. Because the Claymore does less straight-up damage. But if you can be more maneuverable, then hey, power to you. So let's see how well we do against this fella. But the... Oops. But yeah, they ran some numbers, and for where it is in the game, for how much damage it does, for the stats required, for the scaling, and for the moveset, the best weapon is apparently the Scythe. And the Scythe can be found in the Catacombs. Hey, alright. So this ring is nearly useless. BTSR, but I may as well put it on because rings don't take weight in this game. This is also some minor details, but the Black Knights rarely can drop their weapons. They are some of the best weapons in the game. Just straight up, they're absolutely far and away just some of the best things to put on your character. They require Twinkling Titanite to upgrade. However, they actually need less Titanite overall. Just so happens that the Titanite has to be the good stuff. I want to see if I can key open this door. Again, if you're playing the Dark Souls drinking game, hey, a door that doesn't open from this side, fucking drink. Yeah, the way that you play will also affect it. There's a mechanic in this game called Poise. Poise is hyper armor, or super armor from fighting games. It determines how much punishment your character can take before they stagger. So, for example, if you've got a really, really heavy weapon and you're wearing heavy armor, actually no, if you're using a heavy weapon and you've got light armor, you'll be interrupted as you try to stab. Someone will interrupt you, and then your stab won't come out, and you won't do damage, and that sucks. So Solaire is still here. I believe he moves in a little bit, though. But yeah, you can come and talk to him basically whenever.
Oh, hello there. I will stay behind. The sun is a wondrous body, like a magnificent father. If only I could be so grossly incandescent.
Man, Solaire is like a masterclass in making likable, fun NPCs. So this door. That requires the basement key that we got up ahead. But you can bring it back here, and you unlock this area. This ladder is also notorious for forcing the player to just drop through the fucking bottom of the world. Every time that my legs land on solid ground after one of those, I get a little rush of like, oh, you know, relief. So because of the way that the castle town is bent against itself, look at that. We're right back here. Neato, huh? So kindling that bonfire over there is actually a pretty decent way to play, because that means that you go through this area with more Estus. You also go through Oh, hello, sir. One moment. You also go through Taurus Demon with more Estus. So this area can be kind of a shithole for people with big, heavy weapons. Because you can see I'm trying to stab these dogs, but they're interrupting me. That bar that's filling up is bleed. It's what I was doing earlier in the game with my little knife.
Somebody, help me! Unlock the door! Damn, I'm finished. How did this ever happen?
So, we need the key. So, partially because of the way that Hollows attack in this game, partially because of the way that fire damage is handled, these guys do way more damage than they ever should. Like, you would think hitting someone with a stick, whether or not the stick is on fire, would only do so much damage, but these guys do a prodigious amount of damage. Twin Humanities. So Twin Humanities are kind of a weird, almost useless item, I think. They heal more than a regular Humanity, but I don't think it's really possible to play... I don't know if it's possible to level up your health so much that a Humanity won't fill you up all the way every time. Hey, a door that I can't open, but it looks like it will open. Again, similar to the gargoyles before, this is very Scooby-Doo of like, oh, I wonder what fucking barrel they're gonna move, you know? So, blood loss. That's what happens when the bleed bar fills up. So that's the thing about bleed weapons. They do less damage overall. They do less damage. But the thing is, if you combo on someone, you know, get that combo going on someone, and damage them enough times, the bleed bar will fill up, and you'll do a whole bunch of damage. This thing's a piece of shit. The Mailbreaker is an almost worthless weapon. I don't think I've ever used it, besides to see if it's any good. It isn't. And yet, for some reason, it's in every fucking game. Like, it has such a cool name, and it's almost worthless. It's just like the S-Stock, but worse, you know? And the S-Stock is a hybrid short sword and rapier, so you can poke, and you can also slash. It's great. The S-Stock is good. It's at its best in DS3, but it's pretty good in this game, too. Again, the animation has to finish before the game can tell us he has an item. So, this is where the thief made it. This is a boss. However, we can go past this boss. If the other bosses in this game didn't hurt you, that one will. Also, look at this. I wonder why this hallway slopes over to this side. Oh my gosh! How could you have snuck up? Honestly. What a pathetic... Like, what a pathetic trap. There's just a guy standing behind a wall. Like, they may as well just put a fucking bucket of water over a door frame. So, the key to open that is dropped by the boss in there. Large. Soul of the Lost Undead. There's a naked man with a bow and arrow up here. I don't know why he's here. He's never once killed me. At most, he's been an annoyance doing, like, a tiny, teensy little teens of damage with his little bow and arrow. But coming up is the female undead merchant.
You still have your senses about you.
Daisy, if you're watching, or watching in the replay, I already know this is going to be your favorite character.
I need your souls.
This character's fascinating. So, story-wise, lore-wise, dying over and over again will hollow you. But what will cause you to lose your mind is... what will cause you to lose your mind is losing your way, losing yourself in the music the moment you want it, you know? So why isn't this random lady locked up in a cell, in a sewer, gone completely hollow? She's clearly hollow enough to look like that. Well, the reason is... because she's got something to do. She scrapes away at this moss. Her use of moss here...
Dread. What a humdrum lad you are.
Like, her just scraping the moss off the fucking walls of this sewer, that's what keeps her sane. And, like, she's almost completely unkillable because she's behind there, so you either have to do some... Yeah. So if you accidentally hit an NPC, and they're mad at you, especially if they're a shopkeeper, or you need them to... You need them to fucking... complete a side quest. What you do is you grind up enough souls based on your sin and your level, and then you go talk to the guy at the bottom of that tower. Oswald of Krim, the partner. Of course, he only spawns after gargoyles show up, but, you know, if you want to be free of sin, you gotta pay. Again, I kind of like how in Sekiro, if you're just in a area that is, like, safe, you just sheath your sword. And then, like, you don't hit people, you know? You can't. This gameplay is kind of fast and loose with it, and, like, there's never anything that you can do to yourself that will completely fuck you out of beating the, Sekiro's really good. It's very hard, though, yeah, there's nothing that you can do in this game that'll fuck you out of beating the game, but something that's really annoying is that you can fuck yourself out of certain endings for quest lines. But for the game part of the game, you'll always have the ability to beat it and get the, you know, finish the game. Which isn't always true for some. Like, in Bloodborne, I believe it's possible to screw up the secret ending. Yes, it is. If you don't talk to one NPC, you won't get one of the 3 items needed to beat the game. Yeah, in Bloodborne, this is just a pro tip. There are 3 items needed to get the secret ending. If you don't talk to one person, she won't show up later, and you won't get her item to get the secret ending. If you talk to one too early, she will kill you, or you'll kill her, and you won't get that item. And only 2 of the items, 2 of the 3, are guaranteed. There's an additional other 2 that you can get for a total of 4. So yeah, you can get 4 out of 3. And that's kind of annoying. That it's possible to screw up the group ending. And the other thing is that determines how many bosses you fight, which is kind of irritating. So what I'm doing here, this bonfire is 20, so I'm just going to plunk my ass down here. Yeah, my hands are sweaty. Yeah, I want 20 Estus coming up. So I just came over here to sit down. Oh yeah, something you can do in this game that you can only do in this game, I don't know if you can do it in Demon Souls, but you can also do it in Dark Souls 2. You can upgrade armor. And if you have heavy armor on, you already don't take very much damage. But like, man, upgraded armor in this game, it's ridiculous. Like, there's this, I wanna say this, there's this absolutely excellent, you know, Chef's Kiss channel called Limit Breakers on YouTube. All they do is they make... big stretch. All they do is they make Dark Souls videos. Occasionally they talk about stuff like Sekiro and Bloodborne. Occasionally they do other things. Primarily they're just Dark Souls stuff. And not even lore. They talk about the subsystems and mechanics of Dark Souls. And so in a lot of videos they'll talk about what the maximum whatever is. Like, what is the maximum defense in Dark Souls 1? With the Ring of Steel Protection, you'll get a little more. With the BTSR, you'll get more when you're at low health. And then with the best armor in the game, all upgraded to the maximum, you will have absolutely ridiculous defense stats. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, there's a, it's just one of the highlights in the video is they go fight the Taurus demon with their like billion defense, and like with 20 Estus and all that, they do still get beat up a little bit by him. But the thing is, with maximum health and maximum defense, they just whittle away at him, and he's able to kick the demon to death. Good job, Elfric. So we're now getting, I want to say it's like 1.5, 1.25, instead of just 1 pound every time we level endurance. Ooh, another short sword. Yeah, Sekiro is good. I have some complaints about Sekiro, which I will talk about if I stream them, but since I may as well air them out now. Sekiro feels way more like a rhythm game. And I feel like the health bars are kind of irrelevant, since the game does not really consist as much of health, like, as something like this would. Because, like, for example, in this game, it's very much based around, like, how much health and stamina you have. Whereas in Sekiro, stamina is infinite, and, you can die and heal. But the thing that really determines how you kill bosses is the posture meter, I believe. Which is kind of like a block meter or stamina meter. Oh yeah, that reminds me. All weapons have additional attacks in addition to just the R1 and R2. Sprinting will give you that. Oh. Oh, that's not good. So yeah, this boss is a real brick to the face. Because the boss fight starts and you're stuffed into this tiny little, teensy tiny area. And in addition to him fighting you, there's also these two little fucking dogs. However, once you kill the dogs, the fight is a lot more simple because it's just a big scary guy and you in a small area. Now in my case, I can actually poke him from a pretty prodigious distance. Pardon me, sir. And you can see that, again, I'm doing a shitload of damage to him, thanks to this halberd. Halberd is amazing. The halberd cannot be overstated in how much damage it can really do. Because, like, I haven't even upgraded my stats, and I don't even have enough stats to use this thing in one hand. So because of the weird way that the stairs work, you can get him stuck on the stairs, you can use the stairs to buy yourself more time. And yeah, that's the Capra Demon. Very, very simple fight, honestly. The only issue, like, that fight, I consider that fight to be won or lost in the first 10 seconds of the game. Like, fight starts, fight ends, you know? Because you'll know really quick if you're going to win or lose. Because the dogs being there, that's the real problem. Because obviously, Capra Demon is a big slab of meat with a lot of damage coming out. But all he has is just, you know, that. He doesn't have range. He's not particularly quick. He's quicker than, like, the Gargoyles or the Taurus Demon, but, like, compared to you, he's very quick. Or very slow, rather. Pardon me. So, this is going to the depths. I don't want to do the depths. And, like, on the one hand, I am intended to, like, show this as, like, a guide. Because I'm sure that, like, if people see me being good at Dark Souls, they'll assume it's for a guide. And, like, I'm really not doing that. My real purpose here is to show how you can blow this game's ass up. Again, the lock-on here is abysmal. But yes, as I said, I'm going to be primarily using, pardon me, my brain's not working. I'm going to be using the master key to skip the depths, because I don't like them. I'm also going to skip, like, 90% of Blighttown. So, this is also a Miyazaki drinking game. Large woman with an axe or a cleaver. And yes, this is a woman. I know you can't tell by all of her back fat. Or like the flat chest, or anything. But a large buff woman with this moveset is one of Miyazaki's things. Large ember. So yeah, that thing's fantastic. So another thing that Miyazaki does a lot, he likes cannibalism. I don't know what it is, but yeah, those things are called like the cannibals of the man-eater women, butcher women. So if we come down here, we can see big old rat. Now, something I love about this rat, you can kind of see that he's missing a chunk out of him. There's also an axe embedded in his body at some point. Yeah, right there in his face. There's a fucking axe in his face. Isn't that great? Oh lord. Yeah, he does big damage, which is a problem. Yeah, like, oh god. Oh god. Okay. So, a lot of people hate the depths because they're confusing. Like, if you just felt like I just plummeted from one area to another and didn't know what was happening, yeah, I don't. The depths are a shithole. I know one guy who really likes the depths. My friend Kate, she likes the depths for a very specific reason. My friend Kate did a magic build, right? And she was like, yeah, it's really hard, but, you know, it's gratifying to beat that challenge, you know? And then she saw my wife playing Dark Souls. And my wife was just blowing through everything with a, like, +5 greatsword. And, like, never had any trouble with anything. And, like... Oh, God! And just used the greatsword to solve problems and never had any problems with anything. Because she was just able to, like, heavy armor her way through everything. But the depths is where strength builds come to die. Because of the very, very small corners and walls, you can't swing your sword because you'll knock it into things. The spear that I have is actually pretty useful down here. Oh. Yeah, the spear that I have is actually pretty useful down here. Because I'm in a lot of straightaways. This ring is amazing. Yeah, so my wife, like, she couldn't swing her sword properly. She got cursed, and all of her nice health went away. Because that little bar that started filling up when they breathed on me, and I was like, oh shit. That's curse. It's a unique status effect that is only caused by those guys and a few other enemies. Those guys see the Scaleless. I think the clams can do it. And yes, there are giant clam enemies in this game. Or wouldn't there be? Hello, regular size rat. Actually, no. These are still giant rats. Little rat. box rat. One of these rats is a box rat. One of these boxes is a rat in, I should say. Oh, I hate these things. So these are, I forget the name of these enemies, but these are like sludge pudges or something. You can see that they just have a shitload of health. They take a whole bunch of damage from fire, which is kind of nice. But like, man, fuck these guys. You know, I said I didn't want to do the depths, and that wasn't a lie or anything, but like... Oops. Now that I'm actually in here, it isn't so bad. Leveling health is useful. Like, for beginners or people trying to show off a game, just level health. Yep, see? Your weapon fucking clangs off of everything. So down there is actually the big boss of this area. See, I never feel like I have any idea what's going on with this area, the depths. Like, everything is layered on top of everything else. I don't have a good mental map of it. Like, it all looks the same. It's just a real shithole. So if I wanted to, I actually could go in there and start the boss fight. I will not, because you may be able to hear someone is shooting magic at me up above. And if you don't kill them, they will interfere with the fight and continue to shoot at you. However, also in here is this fella. This might be one of the best NPCs in this game.
Aye, Shemai, and good day to you. I'm Donald of Xena. I'm just, well, a peddler of sorts. I adore trinkets and oddities, so I trade for them.
He's just this weirdo. So he sells these things. And he sells his own set.
Well, I'm certain we will make a good... So, if you see kindling in the catacombs, use divine weapons. That will repel the reassembling skeletons.
So he gives you pro tips?
That was a fine trade. I have this funny feeling we'll make another.
So crystal weapons are weird. Only some of the crystal weapons actually have unique, yeah, only some of them actually have unique stuff. But, they break over time. They have very small durability. Yeah, only some of them will actually get, like, changed by this. The rest of them, you can make crystal weapons, and they just have crystal put on the front of their name. So yeah, it acts like a bigger sword than it is because it's just so heavy. And if I remember correctly, it actually counts as a bigger upgraded sword than it actually is. I believe. I can't remember. There's a crystal halberd you find on later that looks identical to the other halberds. Hey, we can see the rat. Yeah, there's a crystal halberd we can find later that looks identical to the other halberds. Oh, hey. Well, there's the bonfire. Fuck, I may as well just fight the boss then. Hey, you know what? Let's do one of these. For a couple reasons. Two, in fact. That reminds me, I can actually get a level as well. 20 and 20. Okay, there's a lot of the big sludgemans at the top there. I don't want to bother with them, and I won't. All the rats are back, naturally. God, you guys. No, the great axe. This is one of the biggest, slowest, heaviest weapons in the whole game. But damn, it is strong. Yeah, I don't have anything that cures poison as well. Rat. There's the box rat. So, having the Ring of Evil Eye on is very useful in areas like this, because every time I kill a guy, I heal a little bit off of their death. Sewer chamber key. Normally, you need to get that thing to open doors in here. However, because I have the master key, I cheated. Here we go. So this is above the boss room, and there's that asshole that was that'll take pot shots at you, and he buffs. Yep, okay. Right, yeah, I forgot about that. Unfortunate. You know, the ironic thing is that if I would have had my my halberd on, I wouldn't have died there. So let's get that thing back on. I really got to start getting my strength up. Luckily, it shouldn't be too much of a problem, though. Yeah, so I love crystal weapons. Like, the idea of them. Box rat. Also, I was poisoned. I really don't want to keep fighting through poison. One of these games, poison reduces your poise as well. So, like, it's easier for you to get staggered. Hey, rats. Fuck off, huh? So, something interesting. If you go into the boss room, and then summon some help, and they don't go, you can just stand outside. Oh, excuse me. Hello, rat. Your friend can stand outside and just shoot arrows at the boss until he dies. He needs a lot of... Oh, we're back. Oh, boy. Please get out of... So as is often the case for monsters, especially animal ones, getting to their butt or getting underneath them is usually the way to go. So rats can drop humanities because they've eaten human blood. Recall that that's canon. So if you hold over this way, you'll get dropped back out here. Domhnall of Xena. You know, now thinking about it, I am going to do Blighttown. So yeah, I'm of the opinion that the Deeps is needlessly complex, as well as kind of a pain in the ass to get through and get around. Ah, fuck. Don't do this to me. This is why I hate the little blobs. See, what I really want to do is I want to go human so I can get a unique thing. Because this is the first area in the game where you can see an invasion. First hand, no less. I don't think it's this way. Time for some sip. That's the boss. Luckily, the Channeler is a mini-boss, just like the other one was, so he will be dead forever. Much like in the real world. When you die forever. When they die, at least. Oh, here it is. Jesus. It's like suckered against the rock. So, something that's kind of annoying. Oh, you can see through the world. Well, the game's balls, everyone. So, again, you gotta use humanity, then you gotta reverse hollow. Now, if I wanted to, I could kindle it, but I'm not gonna need it on this boss. Actually, I may as well pop this, See, I've got to remember where that fucker's, like, stuff even is. I want to say he's like... Hello, rat. No! Away, rat! Worthless. Worthless. Actually, I can drink. Because I'll need to probably drink on hand as well. Box rat? Oh no, that's the box rat. The box is still busted, I think. That's fine. There we go. Perk. So, in addition to summoning help from the world between worlds to help you in boss fights, people can force their way into your world to try to get your humanity and your souls. And here's this guy. Kirk. So yeah, he's wearing all spikes, and his sword does additional bleed damage. He's not amazing now. But you can see that we get his souls and his humanity. We also, because he's an NPC, we get this, the spike shield. And now I just need to find my way back to the bonfire. I guess I could just kindle this bonfire, since I also will have to do the opening part of Blighttown with it. Yeah, I'll kindle it. Just so the overture of Blighttown can be done a little easier. It is possible to grind infinite humanity thanks to some of the enemies that drop it, like the rats. But, for the most part, humanity is a limited resource. Oops. So, the normal bonfire flame is kind of dinky. And you can see that it gets brighter. And it also gets longer up the sword, like it goes further up it. And again, now it's almost consuming the entire sword. And now it goes further past the sword. And yeah, it's a big roaring flame. That reminds me. Old Man McLoif. I don't know if I've ever read the description of that before. So, this hallway sucks because all the little blobs with fall on you, but if you run through, it shouldn't be a problem. There's an item here, and very obviously a blob is right above it. My wife was so mad when that fell on her. So going up this way, we can see that we're actually back in, well, more or less in the upper or lower undead burg. And hey, it's another one of the ladies. Yes. So yeah, she can drop the sack that she's wearing on her head. Oh, yes! And this as well.
Yes, you. Here, over here. Please, you must help me.
So, you can break these by hitting them, but you shouldn't do that. What you should do is roll into them, because it won't do damage.
Thank you. I would have been a supper without you. Being
Yeah,
in alive,
cannibalism.
I shudder to think. Thank you. Thank you dearly. I am Laurentius, or the Great Swan. I will never forget my debt to you. Oh, hello there. I'm fine, thanks to you.
See, Laurentius is the Great Swamp. That guy is also fantastic. His voice actor looks just like him, also. It's uncanny. Form of Extra Life wiki page. So now I've got to sprint through here. Yeah. Avoid the sludge pudges. To find people, yeah, like I said earlier, if you go to the Extra Life, or the Dark Souls wiki, there will be a Discord that you can ask to join. And so if you join the official Dark Souls wiki users Discord, you can be like, hey, is anyone on? Anyone up? You can also, oh lord, let me think. You can also just ask for help. And then, like I said, Reddit has Hunter's Bell and a couple of others. And hey, look! Solaire. He's here too. He's here to help, in fact. Yes, in addition to being extremely useful in terms of like all the information you find there, the wikis are useful if you want to just ask for straight up on God help. Like, hey, will you join my world and just fucking help me with this thing? It's like, yeah, man, don't worry, I'll get in there. So, if I hadn't killed Lautrec, he can also help with this boss, which is pretty useful. Ah, it's a little friendly, snaky crocodile man. A little oh no. Oh no. Oh god. Oh lord. Oh Jesus God. Oh, the water loaded in and back out. Or out and back in, rather. So, as was mentioned in the opening cutscenes, the dragons are all supposed to be dead. So this thing is not a real dragon. It was at one point, and then it got mutated into this because of gluttony. Hit to the head does a lot of damage. Oh, Solaire's getting bodied in there. Solaire, however, has the right idea. I don't know if there's one specifically for Bloodborne. You might look around, though. Or for Dark Souls, rather. So Solaire has the right idea. Hitting this guy's tail will knock the tail off. Just like it did with a gargoyle. There he goes. Oh, Lord, he's dead already. Ah, shit, I just remembered that summons can't actually drink in fights in this game. There we go. Dragon King Great Ass. So the reason that things drop stuff from their tail is a reference to Japanese mythology. Within the Yamato no Orochi, this god, Susanoo, was sent to Earth. I believe he threw a flayed pony at his sister. Long story. Not getting into that one right now. But Susanoo, this is where the warrior was sent. Or this is where the warrior made it before he died. Anyway, Susanoo is the god of wind, I want to say. Oh, God! I didn't know he could do this. Susanoo is the god of wind, and he had a argument with his sister, the sun goddess, Amaterasu. Basically, they both said things that they regret, but as I mentioned, Susanoo threw a flayed puppy, or a flayed pony at her, which was pretty traumatizing. This guy does a barf attack as well, as you may be able to see. It's dangerous to be over here because you can fall into the pit that he comes up to. But anyway, for that, Izanagi sent him out of heaven and to Earth to learn some manners and shit. And while on Earth, he discovered this beast called the Yamato no Orochi, which just means like snake or something. But it's essentially the Japanese Hydra. It's like 8-headed snake monster. Ah, not again. I hate it when this happens to me. He's stepping on me, too. Anyway, Hiroshi was causing some problems for a local farming family, so Susanoo killed it and rescued them. And when he cut off its tail, inside was a sword, which I believe is the Kusanagi. And the Kusanagi is the sword that was used by Amaterasu, because Susanoo gave it to her as a gift, which was rather nice of him, I think, because the Kusanagi is a pitchin' sword. I believe it means, like, grass cutter, which is kind of less cool. It's like, yeah, this'll mow my lawn. But what it actually means is that, like, it could cut down a whole field with a single swipe. Because it could control the wind. And you'd think wind controller would be a better name than, like, grass clipper. You know, something like that. But, you know. Yeah, Amaterasu then gave that sword to her firstborn son, who became the first emperor of Japan. Or Mikado. Or God King, if you prefer. I could just check and see in the menu how much strength it takes. There we go. Now we can one-hand it. Let's keep strength and dex pretty similar here. But anyway, yeah, so she gave the Kusanagi to her grandson, or to her son, rather, and he became the first Mikado, the first emperor of Japan. And apparently that sword, that same sword, is still in the Japanese registry. They bring it out whenever they have to christen a new emperor. Because, yeah, in proper, like, mythology, the Emperor of Japan is descended from Amaterasu. So that guy unlocked the, so that guy dropped the Blighttown key, which is the thing for this big door over here. Oh, also I believe they sometimes spell it Yamato no Orochi. So you may be able to see a big, obvious lighting change here. Oops, sorry, my wife texted me. So yeah, normal sewer lighting, ugly green lighting. Yep. But yeah, originally Susanoo found that sword inside the... Anyway, yeah, so the Kusanagi is an important sword for the mythology and culture of Japan. And originally, Susanoo found that sword inside the tail of the Orochi. So, that's why, when you cut off the tail of an enemy in a Dark Souls game... Oh, God! That's why when you do that, you get a little sword. So these guys are called, like, Blight Ogres or something. They're ugly. They're just these large, gross men with clubs that can actually poison you. Pardon me, sir. I believe there are 2 of them on this path. But yes, this will be uploaded to YouTube if you wish to watch this again. Poke, poke. Nice. They drop shit. They drop just literal shit. They poop, you know? They poop when they die. As many do. Blighttown. So Blighttown is so iconic that it is replaced the original version of this. In every Souls game... Hey, by the way, drink, everyone. In every Souls game, there is either a big, shitty, rickety poison area or a big, shitty, poisonous swamp area. The Valley of Defilement in Demon Souls is the first example I know of from Miyazaki, although there may be one in Kingsfield. Oh, and here come these guys. These are like blighted hollows or something. They're just gross lizardmen. Yeah, the Valley of Defilement has shitty, rickety wooden structures all over it and a shitty poison swamp. This place does. Bloodborne has just the swamp. Dark Souls... Oh. So, also in this area are enemies called Poison Blow Darters. They're these small wooden men that will shoot you with a little dart that will inflict you with toxic. The one and only saving grace for them is that when they die forever. But toxic is like regular poison, but it's much, 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 much quicker, as you can see. My health is growing down prodigiously. And the annoying thing is, this isn't poison. If it was just poison, then you could cure it. Toxic has a completely different item that you need to use to cure it, cure the status ailment. Oh no, how could I have... Oh, fuck. Right, I forgot about that. So yeah, if you ever slide down a thing, the damage you take is, like, inherited, basically. That's annoying. Yeah, that's really annoying. Just punched my microphone, sorry. Yeah, Blighttown is, Blighttown's a pretty notorious shithole. Though Blighttown has never been as bad as it was on, like, 360, I want to say. On one of the consoles... This isn't the right way. On one of the consoles that Dark Souls was originally released to, Blighttown ran very poorly. The thing about Blighttown is that every area of Blighttown has to be loaded at the same time. Because all parts of Blighttown are visible from other parts of Blighttown. You can just look around and see all of Blighttown from Blighttown. Which means... So, like, if you're going to load an entire area, you either need to have a well-optimized game, a good computer, or accept that you're just going to have frame rate drops, and... Oh, no! And screen tearing. As I said earlier, this game was not tested very fantastically. I was hoping that I could kill him. Bad trade. Bad trade. Anyway, yeah, so this game was not tested well, so they didn't optimize it as well as they could have. So on console, Blighttown ran at a buttery 19 frames a second often. Part of it was just because it had to render such a large area, but also part of it was because there was more stuff in there as well. Like, for instance, the swamp itself, because it had water, it had to have that water texture running, and that just caused the game to shit its ass. That disintegrated the game. I have heard reports as low as like 12 FPS on a computer that was about as good as a console. Like my friend had back in... Oh god, he bought it in like 2008, I want to say. And so it was like about as good as a 360. Dude. He's blocking my fucking way. He managed to verify that he was getting about 12 frames a second. So yeah, that was pretty bad. I like that it's pillage body. So this is primarily used to just troll you into getting that thing. What you're supposed to do is go around. And it's a soul item. I haven't cracked into those soul items very much. I will, but I might not do it on camera. You can also slide down there and get there earlier. Again, lighting change. If you're cool, you can do a big-ass jump and make it over there. Or no, wait, is that the way forward? I think it is. I forgot it. Sorry. Okay, so I've mentioned this before, but when you sprint and when you roll, it changes the attack data. So you can see that this guy's in a pot, but he's actually alive in there, which means that we can get the drop on him. So, that's the overture of Blighttown, and what people sometimes refer to as the first third of it. I don't really know if their math checks out. But holy shit, that's a shithole. This is for the planned ninja class that I believe was cut. Oh god, camera. Camera, come on! Jesus. As it is in the game now, it is just the shadow set. It is actually pretty good. It's light, which means that it only does so much to defend you. However, it also will protect you from poison pretty well. God, this fucking camera. It's been a while since I've done an honest try on Blighttown. I usually just use the stuff to skip it. So this ladder, you can go down it. Why would you? Get the drop on, fools. Fall. Yeah. So, blooming purple moss clump. Those are the things that you need to cure toxic. They are rarer than the actual thing you normally get to cure poison, which is really, really annoying. I think that this just leads back this way, but look at this, look. I don't know why this happens. Like, it's not as though it's swaying as though it'll break. It's clearly stable. It sways on a, like, predetermined path. Humanity. On the topic of Blighttown, I believe that there was a filk song written for this game about Blighttown. I've not heard it. I believe it goes something like, "Don't want to go down to Blighttown," just based on what I've heard people talk about it. Hey, yippee, now I gotta go back across this thing. Hate this. I hate this. I hate it. And then I'm gonna try that jump up there. In later games, they added the ability to essentially sprint up a ladder. It'll burn stamina, but you'll go quicker up a ladder, which is nice. Actually, no, I don't want to do that jump. Ah, that's bad. There we go. Health. I actually see people argue against upgrading health in this game, especially early on, because what you could do instead is, if you're going to accept fat rolling, you're just going to fat roll, or you're not going to roll, you're just going to use a shield or take the hit to your health with armor. What you should do instead of upgrading health is upgrade your stamina, because the equip load will make it so you can have... Oh god, that's another toxic man. Shit, man. Call it a wash. Because I don't want to start drinking, you know? I may as well just... You know, I'll be honest. Blighttown continues in this manner for quite some time. What if we just left? Because I've got a little something up my sleeve. For the people using this video as a guide of how to play Dark Souls, watch a different one. There are better ones. They put the little torches on the ladder so you can see that it's a ladder, but honestly it doesn't help very much. Because I was looking for the ladder, you may have seen. Leaving Blighttown is a lot better than... Alright. Asshole. Hey, dude. Dude! So if you want, you can just punch dudes while they're on a ladder. If you hit the other button, you'll kick. Hup! Yato. Oh, people are falling to their death because they're trying to follow me. It's what happens when you try to be as pro as I am. You can't heat the stand. Get out of the... Nope. You know what? I'm gonna just abort that. Just... pretend like it didn't happen, you know? Jesus. If you can't heat the stand, kitchen, get out of. I intend to stream Jedi Fallen Order later today, but I might not end up doing that. And I had a thing I wanted to talk about Yoda. So when you first see Yoda, right? Like nowadays, when you see Yoda, it's like, oh yeah, it's fucking Yoda, obviously. He's like the most famous Star Wars man ever. But like, when I first watched Star Wars as a kid, and when a lot of other people watched Star Wars when it first came out, I talked to my dad and his friends about this. Or some other old people I know. Ugh. I may as well drink those since I'm going to be heading back to the good bonfires. But when you first see Star Wars, it is not obvious to you that Yoda is, as he says. Like, when you first see him, he's like this little green Muppet. And he's like, war crimes are committed. You know? And so, like, seeing him, you're like, okay, yeah. Sure, Jim Henson, yeah, get your hand out of the puppet, tell me where the real Yoda is, haha. And, it makes the lessons that he teaches Luke a little more obvious. But now, like, Yoda is just, like, it's old hat. It's like, of course you're Yoda. Quit fucking around. And it's one of those things where, like, Star Wars... It's not that Star Wars will never happen again. But people keep trying to make the original Star Wars happen again without really knowing what the deal was, you know? Because now when we see Yoda, it's like, oh yeah, he's just being an asshole. Instead of trying to judge Luke by getting Luke to talk to him like he doesn't know that he's Yoda. And so that informs a lot of people's opinions on Yoda because they've taken the wrong idea from it. Yoda isn't, like, being a dickhead. He's just legitimately judging Luke and seeing if Luke is, you know, up to snuff. Oh, not that way. Let me get another sip. So yes, I'm returning to the bonfire. I could go through Blight Town, but honestly, I got toxic and I just don't want to. Made me salty. And I just quit in a huff. I should have told my friends I'm streaming Dark Souls. Probably would have loved to come hassle me. So something that you can buy, and I've chosen not to, you can buy items to store things at the bonfire, which I don't really need because I will have the ability to store things elsewhere. Later, but, you know, eventually. I will have a use for all the items that I don't want. So, this is how you get back from this. You've got to go through Dogland. That sucks. We're getting out of the early game now, and I like that. I appreciate it, in fact. But yes, I am leaving the deeps. I'm leaving the depths, rather. I have no interest in going through Blight Town in the manner that I was going through. Blight Town sucks. You know, I do this because it's fun and, like, I fully intend to do multiple playthroughs of Dark Souls 1. I feel like that isn't a crazy thing to say, because this game is highly replayable and with context for a lot of the moments. It changes a lot of it. I've been going through this game talking about it as though it's mostly new, even though, you know, now everyone and their fucking dog has played this. I know some people personally who have not played this. So, like, I don't want to be all cynical about it. Like, this will be assuming that those friends watch it, and I hope they do, because I love you very much. Either the stream itself or the replay. This will be their first actual look at Dark Souls. So, yeah. So I'm going to be, as I say, I will be going through this, at least a good chunk of this, as though it's fresh, as though it's new. Yeah, that's not an exaggeration. I just counted in my head. Yeah, 11 times. I went through 2 on another one, 2 on another one, and then I beat it another time on that one. 4 or 5 on PC. I think I might have played it on... I think I might have played it on 360 too. One moment, I'm going to stream to see if it could just be my roommate sucking up all the Wi-Fi. Okay, it looks like it's doing okay. All right. So, we've got some stuff to attend to. What's up, fool? So, Blighttown does not have a boss at the end of it. It technically does. There is technically a boss at the end of Blighttown. However, the boss is at the end. It's technically at the start of a different area. And the other thing is, it takes so long to get there. Blighttown is just so long. And normally, you go through areas and you're like, yeah, yeah, do the thing. And then you fight the boss. Yeah, it's cool. However, I'm not feeling that. I don't want to do that. So I'm going to use the master key to skip Blighttown. Some people think that it's impossible to play without the master key. I think those people are crazy. This game has an intended way that you're supposed to go, and if you have the master key, you can kind of blow that open.
I could smith some mighty weapons with one of those. Why not lend it to me?
He says lend it as though we're going to get it back. We never do. But yes, we perfectly intend to give him the laptop.
Magnificent! You won't be disappointed. I can hardly wait to get started.
Oh, yeah. So now we can modify equipment, and we can modify this to a raw halberd. This destroys the scaling, but it makes the base damage go up. If you have low stats, that's the way to go. However, it's mostly not worth it in this game. What we're going to do is make it +6, which is like the normal upgrade path, and in fact it's called standard upgrade. It is now back in here, and we can continue to upgrade it. This is a confusing system that only this game uses. No other game uses this.
Neither.
To a minor extent, Demon Souls has a similar system. Demon Souls is actually even more infuriating. So now, with this beefed out weapon and our excellent stats, you can see that we are now doing prodigious damage to this fella. Like, we're blowing his guard open and everything. Boom, bitch. So, that's a Titanite demon. He drops Demon Titanite. Circular? Little bit. those are the only places to get Demon Titanite. Demon Titanite is a special kind of Titanite. Unique weapons are upgraded with Twinkling Titanite. Normal weapons just with the Titanite and the large Titanite that we've seen. Demon Titanite is used to upgrade boss weapons. Boss weapons being a mechanic that we haven't even seen yet, although we're actually coming up on the first proper boss weapon. Or really the earliest example of a boss weapon that we could make, but it's not going to happen. What's up, guys? The crossbow is how they say hello. Actually, you know what? I may as well just pop them. Come up here, baby. My kitty's crying at me. He wants love. Come up here. You can sit next to me. You know I love you very much. Or that Vosh gets next to my microphone. Damn. Ah, well. But yeah, so we can upgrade armor as well, as you may have seen. It's kind of weird. It's not necessary to beat the game, because if you're gonna have armor, you don't really need to have armor on to beat this game. You know. So there's not really too much point to having it, because like you can beat this game naked. So if you're gonna beat this game without armor, you don't even need to upgrade the armor that you have on. And a lot of the armor is actually good enough that you don't need to upgrade it as well. Hey, Laurentius is here now.
Well, I see you made it out. Yeah, I made it out safely too. I have my pyromancy grade swarm, so I can use my hands with a bit of care. Oh yeah, by the way, I can share the spells with you. I think you have a knack for it. All you need are the materials. I'd be pleased to help you. Unless you find the magics unsavory.
No, I don't find the magics unsavory.
I'm sure that they'll be of some use, some assistance. Here,
so that annoys me. Because for some of them, it's like, do you find me weird? No is the correct answer. Do you want help? Yes, but they're structured in the way where you'd think that those questions would be the same thing.
From the Great Swamp. Now you're a fully fledged pyromancer. Well, let's get started right now.
So, pyromancy flame. It's a flame. It's a little fire you hold in your hand. It's also attached to a glove, but that's mostly just for the sake of it. This thing takes just souls to upgrade. It doesn't take anything else. Everything else in the game requires some form of Titanite, whether it be Demon Titanite, Standard Titanite, or Twinkling, or the rare Elemental Titanites, which again are only in this game. This thing requires just souls. This is why a soul level 1 run is possible. Because once you get this guy, your soul level 1 run becomes a whole thing. So, Fireball is the default attack. Combustion is also useful. Iron Flesh and Flash Sweat are cool, but we don't need them right now. I will get them though. But yes, this thing is amazing. This is the only Pyromancy flame in the game.
Come back if...
But yeah, Pyromancy is weird, because Pyromancy is only determined by the attunement state. See? Intelligence will upgrade magic spells, sorceries. Faith will upgrade miracles. And doing both of them at the same time will upgrade both. However, Pyromancy does not have a stat that scales with it. It's just attunement. So yeah, now we just have the Pyromancy flame, you see? And we can throw those little fireballs. Isn't that nice? So yeah, Pyromancy is honestly fantastic. I'll probably do Pyromancy in my next playthrough of this game. It's just kind of difficult because it uses... It honestly really does use spell slots, basically. It doesn't use them just like D&D does, but it uses a modified Vancian magic system, which is what spell slots are called. This is the elevator that is accessible from the very start of the game. That door is always open no matter what. It's one of the longest elevators in the game. I think it might be the longest in the base game, not counting the DLC. We send this back up. It'll go back up without us, which is a good way to make sure that If we die down here, we'll be fine. This is New Londo. It's a shithole. Yeah, in one of these games, I'm going to do a straight dex build, and one of them a straight strength build. I should do pyromancy. I might do miracle. But yeah, look down here. There's a guy.
Well, this is unusual. You haven't lost your head. And more importantly, you're free. How on earth? Well, I shouldn't pry. I'm Ricky of Vinheim. I was once an established smith. Look at me now. Can you believe it?
So yeah, it's a. Well, this is a guy from Berserk.
Have you? Oh no. Don't worry. No intention of escape. It's safe here. Can't bear the thought of going hollow out there. Although, I must admit, not much to occupy myself. How about this? I could forge your weapons, albeit with rather minimal tools. I'll show you what made me the best in this.
So Vinheim, every character in Dark Souls is usually named blank of blank. So given name of whatever country, and you can tell a lot about who they are based on what country they're from. Astora is where a lot of the heroes are from. Vinheim is where a lot of the smiths are from. Sorry, not smiths. Mages are from Vinheim. So if we get it to modify it, we can make it a magic halberd. It requires a green Titan Knight shard. One moment. I'm going to adjust my headset. Sorry. Alright. He can fix our stuff, because we've been using a lot of it. We don't really need any of this fixed, and the other thing is whenever you upgrade something, it actually gets repaired. And he sells default default spells.
Come back soon. Smithing, don't let me.
So one of my favorite things about the magic systems of this game and Dark Souls 2, because they're not in Demon Souls, they're not in Bloodborne, and they're not in DS3 even. Check it out. Is that in this game, you can buy the same spell twice. So this door blows the progression of the game wide open. Valley of Drakes is a transitory area that connects to 5 other areas. Going through here is why speedruns of this game got to under an hour. And hey, you see that lighting change? Huh, weird. I wonder what that means. Hey, it's those big gross ogres. And they're facing the other way as though I'm supposed to come from there, and I've come in through the back door. Let's see if I can do it without healing. See, the stress will make me a better player. Oh god. Ah, well. Poor timing. Taking a little break here.
Sweet God.
Back to Firelink Shrine. That was a fuck up. Hey, what's up? Let's here we go. So yeah, Master Key allows you to go to Blight Town before you go to Undead Burg, even. So you can actually ring the bells out of order. The bells are referred to as the first and second bells of awakening. Yeah, they're called the first and second Bells of Awakening, and you can go to them out of order. Which is one reason why people often keep coming back to this game in ways that they don't keep coming back to 2 and 3. Because, like, you cannot do those. People were talking about how Dark Souls 2 is way more linear, but, like, holy shit, Dark Souls 3 is extremely linear. Like, your ability to play through Dark Souls 3 in an unintended way is mostly reliant on premium content. Namely the DLCs. You need to have DLCs installed to be able to play the game in a weird order. So yeah, as is often the case, fighting 2 of these guys, or 2 of anything really, is a problem. Those big roars that they do are one of the most worthless attacks in any video game ever. Because all that roar does is allow you to get behind them and ride up into their ass and backstab them. There we go. Much better, much better. I honestly love the ability to just walk attacks. I love that. I love just walking attacks. No dung pie? What's the world coming to? Poke him. Ah, Blighttown, hooray. So, normally, the thing that I'm doing here, this is meant to be a shortcut out of Blighttown that allows you to get back to, ignore that giant pustule on the wall. He's there. Normally, this is meant to be a shortcut out of Blighttown that allows you to get back to Firelink Shrine a little quicker. However, in the way that I'm using it, going in through the back door, this allows me to skip all the rest of Blighttown. Because there's the overture of Blighttown, which I went through. There's the rickety stuff, which is a tumultuous path downwards. I did the first part of it, but quit probably about like 1/8 of the way there. Then you go through the caves inside. That part sucks. Then you go through some more rickety stuff. And then you're in the swamp. And then you go through the swamp a little more. Until you find the only other bonfire in fucking Blighttown. Yeah, an area this shitty, 2 bonfires. Fuck you. I'm gonna switch this over. Yeah, the shadow shit has excellent poison resistance. Oh, this stuff's actually a little better. That's good. Can I roll? I can, yes. So the bar actually does get longer. It has a cap. I don't know how much the cap is. Yes, here's the other bonfire. So you see why people don't like going through Blighttown the normal way. Because it sucks. Sorry, my headphones have been on so long, along with my glasses, and so it's just kind of irritating me. Ignore my legs glitching out there. Oh, wow, yeah. Stick my leggy out real far. Walk, walk, fashion, baby. Now I will walk out into Blighttown. So yeah, this is Blighttown. It's a shithole. It's a fucking shitty-ass poison storm. Hey, asshole. I'm trying to give my overture. Okay. Oh, gosh. How could I have... Oh, how could you have snuck up So, Band-Eater Mildred. She's another one of the butcher ladies. She's just nude with a cleaver and a sack on her head. My kind of lady, all things considered. However, the thing is she has no armor and her shield isn't great, so there's very little that she can actually do to me. Again, you can see I'm having problems here because the enemy is so small, I'm having to free aim it. For God's sake. Thank you. So, because she is a person, she drops her own weapon. Or rather, because she's an NPC invader, she drops her own weapon. But yeah, one thing I like about NPC invasions is that they allow you... basically, you pop the humanity to become human, but then you basically just get a free humanity out of it because they give you at least one. Alright, it is 4:03:35. I'm going to take a little break, and I'll be back at 4:05. The hour should be 4:05. Now I'm just getting some lunch. Hey, sorry, I'm eating something. I'll be back at like 4:06:30. Boy, that was dumb. I really should have just given myself 5 minutes. How's the audio sound, huh? It's good. All right. Blah. All right. So yeah, this is the poison swamp. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I actually have a level now. So you can kind of see a human head on these things. Yep, right there. See that little thing, that the nub at the top looks like a human head or maybe a clitoris. And you can see that they also have semi-human hands, implying that these things were human at some point, and then they got mutated into gross bugmen. So there is a path that you can take through the swamp to make sure that you don't get poisoned on your path through. I don't know it. I've got 20 Estus. So there's no point. So those are upgraded forms of the earlier trolls, or ogres, or whatever they were called, that have rocks. They're terrible. I will explore the rest of Blighttown later, but right now I want to fight this boss. Greyleg's Domain, yep, so this is the thing that I was talking about earlier. You know, it really goes to show you, as long as you just... Wow, yeah, these guys have it pretty rough. So they're praying, gibbering. They die really easily, but here's the thing, they're full of grubs. Ugh, they're gross. Hey, look at that, a summon sign. There she is. So, Manny and Mildred is not a fantastic summon, but she's pretty okay. Alright, I hope you're all ready for some spitties. Some spider titties. Oh no, what a horrible, ugly monster. Huh? Nani? You would need one big paper bag. Banned for sexual content. So, Chaos Witch Quelaag. So this woman is actually one of the children of the Witch of Islip, as they mentioned in the intro. One of the daughters of Chaos, as it were. For whatever reason, she's mutated into a big fire bug, as is the case with the guys outside. However, hers made her really sexy. Well, you know, mostly sexy. Drink the drink. Well, I guess she was already sexy. Oh yeah, she's got that body explosion too. Oh, that was stupid. Oh god. You know, actually I just realized I don't even need to... I was trying to play it safe on my Estus, but I actually don't need to, because I kindled that bonfire all the way up. So this is a mechanic we've yet to see. With bosses, they actually get a little tougher. Sorry, had to deal with those guys. With bosses, they actually get a little tougher whenever you summon a buddy. And that advantage goes away when said buddy leaves. Damn. come on, I was so outside of your range. So yes, the poison walk forces you to slow walk. The poison swamp, rather, forces you to slow walk. Because we're not human, we won't be able to summon Quelaag. We won't be able to summon Manager Mildred. I should stop the stream at some point. I will stop it when I kill the Ceaseless Discharge. Boy, is that a name, huh? But yeah, now I gotta do this fight while poisoned, so that blows. So before I was doing like 124, I'm gonna say. I gotta hit her. Come on, do your puke. So you can see that the actual chunk I'm taking out of her... Oh man, that sucks. Why does that keep happening? So the actual chunk that I'm taking out of her hit points is a little larger. Yeah, Quelaag is like a real proper boss, I think. Because the only help you have for her is oh lord. The only help you have for her is Maynard and Mildred. And she's got proper range, she's got magic attacks, she's got regular attacks. But somehow they just pick up a new rock from, you know, the earth. Oh man. So despite the fact that I just got the fire attack, I can't use it on this boss because I don't know if you can tell by the fact that she's a giant flaming magma spider. Does not take a whole lot of damage from fire. So I believe if you hit the actual lady part of her, you do a little more damage. They made the magma look a little better in this version as well. Oh god, I forgot about that. I thought it was just a jump. Oh Jesus. No, cat. I love you, but I cannot pet you right now. I am fighting the spider bitch. Dwarf. Come on. So the thing is, her melee attacks can really only hit in front of her, which is very nice to remember, because if you're not in front of her and she's swinging, you're safe. Also, if you're in front of her and she's swinging, you might still be safe. The puke will only go in front of her as well. So you do really gotta watch out for the big body explosion. You gotta make sure you have enough health to survive 2, because she'll often chain them. And then, just as with the gargoyles from before, recall that one gargoyle was like a real boss, but the other one was more of an area denial thing, where his main purpose was to stop you from going certain things by breathing fire everywhere. That's really what the main purpose of the big spider mouth is. It doesn't really bite, and it doesn't do attacks, and if you're in front of her, she wouldn't fight with it anyway, she would just swing her big-ass sword. By the way, the fact that she's a Drider with a sword is kind of the coolest part of her. No one talks about that. Her tails are actually pretty obvious, now that I'm remembering them. She puts the hand on the spider's mouth, then she's gonna puke out magma. If she goes down and hugs it, then she does the body explosion, and then if you see her human body go to swing. Yeah, see? Put the hand on it. So yeah, most of it you have to watch Quelaag herself. Don't botch it now, man. Don't botch it! Sorry for shouting. I know that this is supposed to be a chill background stream that you can leave on while you're studying or something. There we go. So... Join humanities. I wonder why. And 20,000 souls. And hey, look at that. It's the bell. So, next time, next stream, I will be streaming for a little bit more. But, next stream, Erga. Two parts that be as one. Looks like there's a large crack in that bell. So this is what happens when you ring both bells. Big boy starts pulling that chain, which opens the gate to Sand's fortress, allowing us access to Snake Pit Hellhole. And they give us a homeward bone as well. So we could just drop through that hole there, but we could also go through this way. And you can see that out here, it's really kind of a shithole. So you'd think that this would be an elevator, but it's not yet. It actually becomes one later. That's a thing called illusory wall. It's a wall that's an illusion. And hey, look, it's one of those weird maggot men.
Oh dear.
But he speaks.
Are you a new servant?
Yes, I'm a new servant.
But you have no eggs. No matter. Go along and have audience with our fair lady. I pray that you will mind your manners.
So this guy takes a while to walk over there. There we go. Hey, look, it's another one of Quelaag. This is a thing that's very classic for Dark Souls. They love to have, like, oh, gross, it's a big ugly monster. And then, oh, she had a family. They do that all over the place. So, if you notice, actually, wait. This bonfire is actually kindled. Now, the only kindled bonfires in these games are special ones, meaning that she must be special. So, like, the other one has that little girl hanging out beneath it. This one also has this lady. And she can reinforce her Estus flask as well. But she cannot understand us. And she cannot understand us. No, we can't understand her. So we got Great Chaos Fireball. But yeah, currently we cannot speak to her properly. So we can put on that big-ass fireball. Except it needs 2 slots. See, that's how they balance bigger ones. It'll just take more slots.
I will put them if you need.
So this guy will also upgrade our Pyromancy Flame. And I believe later on he will sell us other stuff.
There is no time. Think only.
So yes, that's the fair lady. That character is also called Quelaag's sister. Because that's the only other thing we know about her. Or at least the only other thing that's obvious about her. There is a way to speak to her. We just don't have it yet. I guess I can say, since it isn't that much of a spoiler, but you require an item called the Old Witch's Ring. Now, hey, isn't that weird? This place is even more of a fucking shithole than, yeah, than the other one. Than the other ones. There's magma everywhere. There are these men with their backs ready to burst with bugs. Ooh, I love alliteration. And yeah, so this is just sitting underneath not just Blighttown, but all of Lordran, which might explain why Blighttown is so hot and muggy. So Quelaag, as I mentioned, is one of the daughters of Chaos, one of the daughters of the Witch of Izalith. Down there is Izalith. That's why Quelaag is there. And in here is another boss. Normally you're not supposed to fight this guy so early. So soon after the last one. But I wanted to show him because there's a couple weird things about him. For one, this is the only brother of Chaos. The Witch of Izalith had 7 daughters and 1 son. He's not doing great, I'll say. He's doing bad, in fact. He's doing very bad. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, that giant thing that you might have seen from the bonfire, that was a human. His whole body's been twisted around. He's one of the tallest things in this game. Like, he's absolutely massive, and he's hideous. But notice that he also won't attack us. Well, hey, would you look at that? There's some loot over here. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, to the surprise of no one. This causes him to wake up. Now, normally you can wait for him to, like, bash you. And then you can poke at him. However, there's a couple of ways that you can actually handle this fight. So, depending on where he moves, he will do different attacks. Yeah, depending on both parties' positions, they will do different attacks. This place back here is pretty safe. I love the way that the walls over there look. They look almost like a wall. But you can see that there's actually a little drop-off over here. See? Where the lava flows, like, become falls. The only reason that we're fighting him like this is because he's standing here. What we can actually do is convince him to follow us over here, where there will not be place for him to stand because of the curvature of the land and the way that this goes. And you can see that now he's actually just hanging on with his one little mutant arm. Now, he's got a lot of poise, but if we break it, that's the only thing that's holding him on here, this little hand. So, he falls down below and dies. And hey, that's another boss. Now, his name is Ceaseless Discharge, and because he's a cursed child of the Fire Witch, his body is making lava. He's causing it to happen, to exist. With him dead, it all dries up. Look at that. And yeah, so you get humanity off of him. So coming up is a thing, yeah, you can actually kind of see it down there, but it's blocked with a, or can you see it? I forget exactly where it is. But it's blocked with a golden fog door, as opposed to the normal white fog doors. You can't get through it. You need something else to help you pierce that fog door. And hey, look at that. These are the demon ruins. This is where demons live. It's also above Izalith City. So, this is where demons came from. Like, this is where they originate. It's where their crib, you know? It's where they be. So yeah, there's a bunch of Taurus demons. Now, as I mentioned, This is the area where, this is the area that was not tested very well. So that's why you can see, like, a whole bunch of Taurus demons just, like, mouse-clicked dropped everywhere. Does it look shitty? You bet it does. But yeah, it's almost identical to the actual one, and I believe it even drops the same or similar amount of souls. And yeah, he drops the Great Axe that he's been using, which I don't think it is possible to get off of the real, the boss version of the Taurus Demon. But yeah, it's exactly the same as the real one is, so it's kind of nice to just come here and see how much stronger your character has gotten. Which is why I like it. But yeah, upcoming in the Demon Ruins, which is an area that we primarily, well, mostly cannot do yet. It's full of the demon enemies, so Capra demons and Taurus demons. So yeah, that's it's nice. I like it. I love feeling progression with my character. So, what we're gonna do? We're gonna head back to Firelink. I'm gonna level up. And then the stream will probably be over. It's cool to finally be playing Dark Souls. So yeah, but yeah, this is a place where we'll be back. So I know it's a lot to take in, and it can kind of be hard to focus on all of it, especially considering all the shit that we've seen. But Lordran is a place where a lot of the different parts of the world have all connected and folded in on each other. So this whole area down here, that's a whole place. That's the origin of demons. It's where the Witch of Izalith went. Actually, now is actually a decent time to go back and watch that opening cutscene. Just be like, who the fuck is everyone? Because that's basically, like, that's basically your boss select screen, like you would get in, like, a Mega Man. But yeah, the Witch of Izalith, you don't actually fight. Spoilers. Because of the nature of what she did to herself and the world around her, everything is changed and nothing will ever be the same for her, so you fight her remnants, what she left behind in the world. I love this. The way he drops the rock on his big dumb head. Also the way that they just roll that rock, that's so silly. Is that really the most effective way that you can think of to fight, man? Come on, hit him. Oh, I just noticed the little buzzing noise they're making. I hate that. Oh, God. Please stop. So, also on the topic, this game's storytelling and world are blended together very deeply. Excuse me for one moment. This weapon is a lot better to use on flying enemies because it has vertical instead of a poke. So it's going to be very good to keep a bunch of different weapon types on you at all times. Come on up here, asshole. Come on, I want to fight you. No. Come up here with your feet. Mano a mano. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, come on, let's party. Sword up your ass. Ha ha. Trolled you. how did you get me with that again? I really should have wised up to it. So I believe those things spawn infinitely. I'm not sure if they do. It certainly feels like they do. So yeah, this is actually the path that you take to not get poisoned. Come on, come on, come over here. There we go. So yeah, waiting here can allow you to get some more... empty your poison out a little bit. All right. There's a ring later in the game called the Hornet Ring. It allows your backstabs to go up. It's amazing. It's interesting to do the poke weapon build. I don't think I've ever done that in this game. Right, 2 swings and 2 backstabs is enough for them. It looks like 3 backstabs would be enough as well. Oh, there he goes. Great club. This thing is an amazing strength weapon despite the fact that it's just a fucking big stick. Like, yeah, it's dead simple. It's a fucking stick. It's a big one, but it's a stick nonetheless. Man, did they get a lot of iframes? Oh, I'm being stabbed in the butt. Let me just get this rock over my head. Let me try one of these. Oh, it missed him. Something about this game is that things will do damage, which is nice. Like, it's not as though stuff will just literally never do damage. You know, it does do damage. It's just so small that you wouldn't notice it normally. Or like it's like 7 damage, you know. So you can tell that, like, yes, you're doing damage. You're just doing the wrong kind of damage, and you're not really hurting this guy that much. Hip. Hip. So yeah, this is what you got to do if you want to avoid getting poisoned. You got to take this long, circuitous path that takes you all the way around the poison, or you can just walk straight through it and, you know, willfully get poisoned. I'm kind of of 2 minds about it. Fuck. It doesn't really matter that much, and, like, it's a very small poison to begin with anyway. You know, so it could be worse, could be better too, but, like, you know. Normally you would see, normally important things like this would be for, whenever you have, like, a big fucking pit, for example. Yeah, the way that a lot of people end up doing Blighttown is, like, they just accept, instead of, like, trying to play around everything, they just say, hey, I will be poisoned in Blighttown because I'm in Blighttown and it's the poison place. So, and they will, like, kindle the bonfire further than they normally would, or they'll put on the ring that makes it so whenever you kill guys, you get more stuff. You get health off of them, like I have. There's a Toxicman coming up. One of the nice things is that oh, there he is. One of the nice things about the enemies that give Toxic are permanent kills. You will kill them permanently, and they will be dead forever. But it is really, really hard to avoid getting Toxic. And also, there's a weird, confusing, almost like hidden mechanic where there's actually different tiers of poison and Toxic. Oh, come on, man. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you, dude. Yeah, there's differing tiers of poison and toxic. So, like, there is one poison that actually does as much damage as toxic does. But, like, for example, the lowest amount of toxin... Oh, God. Oh, I'm alive. The lowest amount of toxin that you can get is still, like, 7 hit points per tick. The lowest amount of poison is 3. So normally, toxin is as bad as 2 poisons. You know, it's twice as bad as poison. But the thing is, you can actually get a type of poison that's as bad as, like, 33 per tick. And I believe you can also get toxic that is, I believe the toxic that the blow darters give out is, like... It's something huge. It's like 56 per tick. It's massive. It's ridiculous. It's implausible. It's untenable. It's completely without sense of proportion. Luckily, I've got all this, so who cares? So, for those who are... Oh god. So yeah, this is the path that you take to avoid the poisons. Oh lord. So these guys over here, these are my buddies. Little snakemen, these little leech guys. Those are my very good close friends. For a very simple reason. So that's where the Pyromancer made it as well. And then I believe the Wanderer is the guy's corpse we found earlier that had the falchion on it. Yeah, depending on who you ask, the one who made it the furthest of all the starting classes is either the Bandit, or the Barbarian, I believe. Since you find their stuff in the Valley of Drakes. Which could imply that they got far enough to actually properly unlock the Valley of Drakes. Or, the Knight, because it's found in the forest, which is technically past the Valley of Drakes. But also, the only thing that it actually requires you to kill is the Taurus Demon, because you can ignore the gargoyles and skip, run around the Titanite Demon. But yeah, the reason that those little leechmen are great is because they drop large Titanite shards, and so this is the earliest point in the game where you can grind for Titanite shards, meaning it's the earliest point in the game that you can grind to have a +10 weapon. Which is kind of weird, because you have to play, like, you can get, a weapon from +5 to +10 really early, and then it won't be like in another 15 hours that you can get it to +15. And yes, the maximum is +15 for some inattainable reason. Now, humanity is actually the thing that affects the drop stat in this game. Demon Souls, Demon Souls and Dark Souls 3 actually have a luck stat that determines how soon enemies will drop things. Yeah, Demon Souls and Dark Souls 3. In Bloodborne, it is based off of the Arcane stat. Whereas in this game, it's just how much humanity you have. I have 0. Because rather annoyingly, I lost a few. These things look like those things that Shrek eats in Shrek 1. Oh. We got one, boys. So this is also a thing up here. Cool. It's like a flat wall. Interesting. That's implied to be where the Deprived made it. Wow, weird. An illusory wall. And a chest's behind it. So this is one of my favorite ones in the game. It's a double illusory wall. I don't think they've ever done that ever. Hello, other viewer. For anyone just joining us, I'm Alfred from the Dusk. I also have a YouTube channel, and I'm currently playing through Far Cry 3 and XCOM. as for the stream, I'm playing through Dark Souls right now. I'm going to be playing through Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. I'm going to be doing other campaigns for the Battle for Wesnoth. And I am going to try to stream a different MMO every Tuesday. Or if I like it, I'll play a couple MMOs in a row. Or play the same MMO a couple of Tuesdays in a row. My YouTube channel has been active for almost a year, and I have done a whole bunch of ASMR content, Let's Plays, and some meme videos as well. But yes, so if I need to, I can come down here and grind up large Titanite shards before they become purchasable. However, it shouldn't be too big of a problem. But yeah, I'm actually done in here now, but I will be back, and on stream as well. It's just that, Blighttown's a real shitty area to go through. It becomes a lot more manageable whenever you are doing it with, doing it over-leveled. I'm arguably a little over-leveled, but I haven't really done anything out of order. And actually, on casual playthrough, you could actually get here much sooner. Or no, actually, you would get here later, and so you would have ground up more souls. And I also haven't used almost any of my soul items. So this is the elevator in Blighttown. It's kind of hilarious how it works, because look what is running it. It's that big wheel connected to an axle. What's running that wheel? It's a small dog. There's a little skinless, flayed dog in there, running on a little hamster wheel. I say a little hamster wheel, but look at that fucking thing. It's the size, it's like bigger than a dam. It's bigger than like a water wheel. And so it's running the giant Blighttown elevator. Oh shit, right. So at the very least, those guys... Fuck. Those guys don't have a lot of health. However, there's like 4 or 5 of them in there. I just don't want to put up with that. I don't want to do that, you know? You know? I hate that. Oh, someone fell off. It's times like this I really miss the ability to sprint up ladders. Yeah, now we can properly leave Blighttown, finally. I'm gonna tango with one of these guys with the crystal sword, and then I'm gonna see if the, halberd's probably better. Shabushki. Man, this game is so good. Yo, I really can't overstate how good this game is. I understand that it takes a very specific skill set to actually play through it proper. Okay, that isn't terrible. Oh man, come on, let me get away from you. And drink. If you want a good playthrough of this game that is, like, almost completely raw, Wooly of Wooly Versus, when he was part of Super Best Friends Play, did a playthrough with Pat, of Pat Stares At. Both of those are streamers that I like a lot. I can really recommend their work, especially their newer stuff. And by newer, I mean anything after, like, 2014, because Pat stopped saying the R word as much. Hey, he's a better person now, you know? That's something we can all get behind, right? That said, ooh! Those videos are, ooh! A little painful. Yes, for a good, like, essentially new, fresh-eyed playthrough of this game, Super Best Friends Play it on YouTube. The Super Best Friends Play channel is now out of commission, but it contains good stuff to this day. So I could actually go back up to Firelink, or I could just go through the Valley of Drakes. However, I believe I will go back up to Firelink because I just remembered what's actually in the Valley of Drakes. Namely, drakes. And a drake, for those who don't know the lore, is a shitty dragon. It's like a dragon, but worse. Oh, sweet doom. Oh, my nuts. It's the kind of thing that makes your nuts ache. I don't know what the deal with those little statues down there is. They're never mentioned, though. I've never seen anyone talk about them. I love... They're there, too, as well. I love, like, really big lore playthroughs of games where it's like, who's this guy? You know? Like, there was a good, I think it was Maximilian Dude, was playing Bloodborne, and he was just going through, the vampire castle, and he was like, chat, who's this guy? So she doesn't have a lot of us. A lot for us, I should say.
Did you ring the second bell? That is incredible, I must say. Now we have a new problem.
Oh, a new problem?
It snores, and its breath is lethal. This is no laughing matter, I tell you.
Hey, what do you mean it snores? Is it like that thing snoring earlier that we saw? What a cat? It's something in my head popping. Oh. Hello. Hello, Jim Henson Beast. Like, look at that thing. That is positively Hensonian. Let's go with end. Actually, wait. Oh, that's worth it. Yeah, the only stats that I'm going to be ignoring are resistance, because everyone should ignore resistance no matter what. I forgot it was in this game until someone made the meme about it. I'm going to be ignoring faith, and I'm going to be ignoring intelligence. Hello, Jim Henson Beast.
Hello. Was it you who rang the bell of awakening? I am the primordial serpent, King Seeker Framt, close friend of the great Lord Gwyn, chosen undead, who has rung the bell of awakening. I wish to elucidate your fate. Do you seek such enlightenment?
Elucidate means to make clear.
Very well. Then I am pleased to share. Chosen undead, your fate is to succeed the great Lord Gwyn, so that you may link the fire, cast away the dark, and undo the curse of the undead. To this end, you must visit Anor Londo and acquire the Lord Vessel.
So you've got to go to the City of the Gods, which is what Anor Londo is. Hello, dear. My wife's home. But yeah, I am streaming. I'm wrapping it up, though, because we've met King Seeker Framt, and that is kind of the biggest stopping point. So hey, look at this. We can feed him all the Titanite pieces we have. I can also feed him the miscellaneous items I've picked up, which is why I haven't thrown anything away. Sound is so dumb. But yeah, we've met King Seeker Framt, so that's a good place to cut it. So I'm going to head to Andre and sit my ass down. But yeah, that's the stream, everyone. Nearly 5 hours, wow. And I rang both bells and also did some extra stuff, like, what did I do? I want the other one. I killed the Ceaseless Discharge, I killed... Pinwheel. Pinwheel was actually my second boss. I did go to the Undead Asylum, and I gave it a shot. It was okay. I could have done better. The halberd mostly carried me. Kill the Titanite demon? But yes, you should expect to see some more stuff next time. Next time I will go through Sen's Fortress and Anor Londo, possibly further. not to put too fine a point on it, but I've been walking everywhere since, yes, I will also go back to Firelink Shrine and finish. Alright, +7. When I come back, that should be at +8. So yeah, next time, I'm going to be heading through the forest. But yeah, until then, I've been Alfred, short for Elfriedrich, and this has been Dark Souls, specifically remastered. Thank you all for watching. I don't know when I will stream this again, but I will do it again. So yeah. Thanks for hanging out. Now how do I stop the stream? Stop broadcasting. There we go. Alright, bye everyone.